Good idea after you've had a few. Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink, and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta! It's Labor Day weekend. It's Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, Hey, man! It is my man John Fricky in for Mike today. Yes, it was. That was enough chest. You remember. I said, say it with your chest. We have a lot to chop up, a lot to get to. Atlanta, I am sick of the disrespect, okay? I mean, even when we're good, it's not good enough. And last night, the Braves win against the Dodgers, and they did it in a fashion in which Ronald Acuna does something that no one ever, never, ever has done in Major League Baseball. Fricky, 30 and 60, those numbers sound obscene when you start saying before the season, oh, by the way, he'll steal 60 bases and he'll hit 30 home runs. And he's not done. Not only does he set this milestone, last night the Braves win in a huge series. There is no series that's bigger this weekend, John Fricky. And then you said to me when we came in, did you see the – this is my Fricky impression. Did you see the ESPN highlights? I said, what highlights?
Can I recap them real quick?
I said, what highlights?
If you didn't see SportsCenter, here are the highlights of the Braves and Dodgers. They ran on SportsCenter last night. All right, you ready? Okay, here we go. Braves, I'll do it like a SportsCenter anchor. Braves and Dodgers, we take it to Chavez Ravine. Ronnie hit a home run. Then the Dodgers came back. The Dodgers struck again. Mookie. Oh, Mookie, Bunsey. Freddie Freeman, Mookie, Bunsey. And final Braves win. I mean, it was like you would have thought, watching the highlight pack, if you just saw that and didn't see a score, didn't hear anything.
Dodgers won.
Dodgers won 15-4.
You would have thought. This is the disrespect I'm talking about. But let's even go deeper. All this conversation about Mookie Betts, I want to be clear to you. I don't care. He went 3 for 4 last night. I don't care. He's hot in the month of August. I don't care. The best player all season long has been Ronald Acuna Jr. Now, I'm not just saying that because I told you guys in 2018 he was different, and now everybody's jumping on board and saying, man, this Ronald Acuna guy, he's been this good. The injury set him back. But there's nobody, John, that's been more consistent. And isn't it about consistency? Isn't it about April, May, June, July, August? Not just August. So this whole Mookie Betts conversation, look, I like Mookie. I get it. He's hot, but I don't care. He's not been the most consistent player in Major League Baseball all year. And this disrespect is, well, Mookie Betts is all of a sudden in the MVP conversation. No, he's not.
Yeah, you see, Ronald got married yesterday. Hit a grand slam, stole a base. I mean, boy, it would have been nice if he had timed that jump just a little bit better. Carl, if he had stolen that one from Mookie. Okay, Braves won the game, right?
Yes.
Ronald Acuna was the MVP of the Braves yesterday?
Yes.
He got married, right?
Yes.
He's going to, I guess, delay his honeymoon until November because he got another ring to put on it. But, I mean, the fact of the matter is there's no debate here as to who has been the MVP of the best team in baseball, and therefore 30-60. I mean, if he doesn't win, if there's some theft that takes place, not that I'm concerned about the World Series, but if he's not the MVP, Carl, this radio station this time going to go nuts because it's already theft that Andrew Jones and Dale Murphy are where they're at.
Yep.
But that would be the ultimate in disrespect.
It's criminal. And here's the thing. If you just want to have a conversation and say, well, the Dodgers are hot this month. Yeah, they're hot like we were in June. Okay.
By the way, we're hot too.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And the thing is, 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You guys can always text us. John and I will talk plenty about not only more about tonight, but this series. But it's the one thing that bugged me last night. And listen, I had college football on, which we'll get into. We'll talk about Georgia Tech starting their season tonight, and I really like Tech to do something. We'll talk about Georgia, and we'll talk about these other big games coming up. And we've got plenty of guests that are going to stop by, including Randy Muller, who is a former NFL Executive of the Year. He works for The Athletic as a contributor. We'll talk to him about all things NFL here in about 20 minutes. But this Acuna thing, it was almost as if you were not in the know and you just turned on the game last night and you heard the other broadcast, you would have thought Mookie Betts is the MVP. Freddie's watching this thing fly out. And I'm like, and they literally did this close up, and it was almost like Freddie had this look, and I started laughing.
Right, it was like, damn.
And I couldn't stop laughing because I kept thinking back to when Freddie was asked about Acuna when he went over to the Dodgers.
Right.
And they were like,
hey, with sunglasses, you don't wear earrings, you have your hair a certain length.
Okay, all right. You know what the other organizational rule is? It's called rings.
That's right.
You wear your rings because there's going to be multiple rings that they're going to be wearing.
Says you don't wear earrings, you don't have
No,
your
rings on
hair
your
a certain length.
Rings on your hand. They don't give you earrings. They give you big old rings on your hand.
Can I ask you guys something? If we win another World Series, do you give a damn about any of that?
No.
You don't.
No.
You don't care.
Of course not.
You don't care if these guys all grow handlebar mustaches.
Well,
it
like
doesn't
hockey,
matter.
Right? I mean, they don't shave. Isn't that the whole thing with hockey? You don't shave, you know?
Yes. It doesn't
There's organizational rules.
Organizational rules. I got your organizational rules. Let me get them. They're over here. Hey, wait. I got the organizational rules. Let me grab them. Oh, all right.
Cover the A with sunglasses. You don't.
They showed that close up last night. That's all I could think about.
You have your hair a certain length.
I was like, how you like me now?
Yeah.
How you like me now?
Right, hair gonna be on fire tonight.
Cover the A with sunglasses.
Yeah,
And listen,
all right, whatever.
some of you are rule followers. I'm a rule breaker.
Well,
And
speed
I don't,
limit maybe.
and I don't, and I don't care about any of that. If you ask me about the rules for the Hawks, I don't even know what they are. If you ask me of the rules, what Arthur Smith is laying down for the Falcons, I could care less. Bring me championships.
Right.
All right.
We would have been good Raiders fans back in the day.
I don't care. I don't care about all that stuff. 404-726-0929. You would have thought Acuna was taking a dump in the middle of the clubhouse the way he was talking. I mean, come on.
No, I'm with you.
Can I say that, Chris?
Yeah, you did.
All right.
Yeah.
But he wasn't.
I know.
I didn't say the other word.
Dump on them.
I'm just saying. I mean, like, rules are rules. Nobody's taking a number 2. Is that better?
Okay.
In the middle of the clubhouse. That's a rule. I get that. This bullcorn
Even
stuff.
though he's a dog, no.
All right, man. We got plenty to talk about. Plenty of college football.
That's how this thing starts.
I told you. It's going off the rails.
Yeah.
John, I feel for you, my friend.
I'm good.
We're going to talk about it when we come back. We'll talk about Georgia Tech. They are in action tonight at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Stay right there. Headlines are next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. John Fricky in from Mike. Happy Friday. We're heading into a long Labor Day weekend. We get college football all weekend long. And last night, as I was watching the Braves beat down the Dodgers and watching the real MVP of the league in Ronald Acuna, I also have other TVs. And so I'm watching college football on the other TVs. And I'm watching Minnesota and Nebraska. And Nebraska has a new coach. There is a guy who's in studio, Fricky, who is a Nebraska fan. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, are they looking better than what they've looked in the past? Is this going to be better under Matt Rule? And Nebraska does what Nebraska does. They lose the first game of the season. Hi, John. They lose the first game of the season. And so, I'm like, okay, I don't know if I believe Matt Rule's going to turn this around.
Hang on here. What sport are we talking about?
Football.
Oh, who cares? We're a great volleyball school. Did you see the volleyball? Did you see 92,000 people? Man, we are a volleyball kind of powerhouse like you've never seen. We are kick butt, Nick Saban of volleyball.
Only do you talk volleyball if you lose your first game of the season.
Man, the spikers and the setters, they was on point.
I'm talking about football. I am talking about what matters to Nebraska fans.
Travis, I tried my best to talk on the Nebraska boards during the offseason. Either Jeff Sims is going to win the Heisman. I'm like, guys, Jeff Sims is a walking interception. You understand that, right? I mean, what makes you think you know? I only watched him for 3 years at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, we saw him.
Yeah.
We saw him. He throws a terrible pick.
Oh, terrible picks.
Well, at the end of
at the end of the half, into the end zone.
Yes, to the same guy, by the way, same player.
I know.
But at the end of the fourth quarter, Nebraska has a chance to go down and win.
They're in midfield.
And I'm sitting there, and I'm not going to lie. I'm laughing and thinking about you, John Fricky. I just was thinking, how do you feel right now seeing this team do exactly what they've done over all these other years? So he throws the pick. Obviously, Minnesota, they make a drive. They go down, boom, kick the field goal. Crowd goes crazy. Minnesota leaves, and Nebraska takes the L.
I know. And it really hurts to lose to that team because their nickname is the Gophers. The Golden Gophers. Hey. Anyway, hey, Georgia State won last night. Did I mention the Panthers won?
I love how you want to change the subject. Volleyball. Yes, Georgia State. Coach Sean Elliott, big shout out. I'd like to see Georgia State do something, man.
Make a bowl game.
Yes. I'd like to see him do that. Sean Elliott's a good dude, man. We've known him over the last, 5 years or so. Been down there. They've got great facilities. If you've not had us or seen a game down there, go check it out. I know they said that the attendance was a lot last night, John, but I don't think it was what they said it was.
It wasn't what they said it was, but their pass defense was left a little bit to be desired, despite the pick six there. But look, again, I think one thing Georgia State needs to do, and I mentioned this yesterday. Dude, I was coming in I-20 from the golf tournament the other day, and I used to drive I-20 all the time when I was in DeKalb County, when I was in high school and stuff, and we'd get off at Hill Street to go to Fulton County and all that. The signs above the interstate on I-20 say Hill Street and something else, Turner Field. It's been 6 years.
Oh, yeah, they need to change that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to change it. I didn't realize that. They need to change that.
DOT needs to change that.
Yeah.
If you're GSU Stadium, whatever you want to call it, Center Park, I don't care. Ain't no Turner Field no more. Heck, it's so long. It's not even SunTrust anymore.
That's true. That's true. It's changed twice. That's true. Yeah, Georgia State, good win. Will Georgia Tech do something tonight? We're going to get into that and much more college football. Randy Mueller's on the way, former NFL Exec of the Year. We'll talk all things NFL with him coming up here in about 15 minutes. Hey, Big Bo's behind the glass. He is our engineer. Turtle is our executive producer. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Can I hear our manager talk about the real MVP, Ronald Acuna Jr., please?
Well, I've seen him do it before in those situations like that, in playoff scenarios, and, that's pretty special. That's why, it's kind of why these guys, we're talking about all these guys in the MVP hunt, because they're those players that like those moments.
Yes, those moments are what make you a superstar. those moments are what make your legacy live in infamy. Those moments like last night that Ronald Acuna had, whether it be regular season or playoffs, it builds who you become. And if you think a guy is somebody special, and Acuna is, John, those are the moments that we remember and we'll be talking about for years to come.
You got married, right?
Yes.
I got married twice. Second marriage is always the best. And I will say that on my wedding day, that was kind of the highlight of the day. I'm not so certain it was Ronald Acuna.
I don't think so either.
I won't tell his wife. She's pretty. She's good looking. But he says, yeah, honey, I'll be your husband. Yes, I do. I will, however you want to do it. And then let me go out here and go 30-60 and hit a grand slam. And round Freddie, he should have rounded Freddie going, sunglasses at night.
You don't cover the A with sunglasses.
That's the funniest thing. I'm sorry. Who cares? I mean, seriously.
So I saw the eye black situation.
Come on, Freddie.
That eye black, it'll get you every time.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
It's organizational rules.
That means nothing. All right, tonight, what do you think? Will we get a good performance from Freed?
I certainly hope so.
I do, too. Strider set the tone last night. Again, he's always around 9, 10, 11, 12 strike. It just depends on what game. It's never about the strikeouts. I'm always curious to see how far he goes into these games. Because of the pitch count and all the things that, because the way that he throws. But last night, he kept us in it. Again, Iglesias, you mentioned it to start the show, John. We cannot complain about Iglesias at all.
No, Jimenez had a bad night last night, but I'm going to tell you, isn't it amazing? This is one of the things I think is true and fundamental, Carl, about this team, sort of like this radio station. Mike's out, I come in, right? This team, if you have a bad outing by Jimenez, then Minner and Iglesias pick him up, and the offense does its thing. If you have a bad run by Olsen, then Ozuna picks him up. If you have a bad run by Ozuna and Darno, then, here's Acuna to pick you up. They do such a great job.
They do.
If you can sit out at Darius Vines and say, don't worry, we'll pick you up. And Indian didn't have to worry about it because he was dominant against, of course, he pitched against the Rockies, but still, this team is the best at picking up other guy. That's what makes this team special and why they're so much different than anybody else.
Let's hear Brian Snicker on Spencer Strider's outing.
No, he had it was a really good start. He had to really work. I mean, he had that fifth inning was a really stressful inning for him, and that's why he's out there in the sixth. And it's like, I don't care what the pitches are. It's kind of, I think he's done his job. He kept pitching. Like I say, this is a dangerous lineup and a very hot lineup. But you know what? He stayed the course and got the win.
I wish Schnit would have just said that really slow. We're dangerous. I wish he would have just said it slow. We're dangerous.
With a little, something in the corner of his mouth and a wink in his eye.
Yeah.
We can be pretty dangerous.
But he's right. And so we'll see what happens tonight. Meanwhile, college football. ACC, John, they're going to add Stanford, Cal, and SMU. It's official.
Yes, I can't wait. Today, a big ACC showdown between the Stanford Cardinal and the Boston College Eagles. What the hell?
Sounds weird.
Yeah. Well, because it is weird. This smack. You know what this says to me? It says to me desperation. It says to me we're really worried that Florida State and Clemson are going to leave. That's what it says to me.
Do you think they are?
I think they're trying.
I do too. And if they can get out of their contract legally without paying $180 million.
Well, but there's a way to do it, though. Florida State can get out $120 million. They could just tell the Big Ten, hey, absorb this, and what we'll do is we'll just take $20 million less for 6 years.
Would the Big Ten really do that, though?
They might. If they wanted to be in Florida bad enough, sure.
But why would I pay if I don't have to? The SEC didn't have to pay for Texas and Oklahoma to get here early.
Because they waited and waited and waited. I mean, the Big Ten may just wait.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
They may say, okay, well, you're in, but 3 years from now.
That is official. We will talk more about that. I want to ask you about Georgia Tech tonight. Louisville. Kickoff game down at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and we wish Coach Brent Key all the luck. And I told John this. I actually think they cover tonight, and it wouldn't be surprising for me if they won this game against Louisville.
Well, if you look back to last year, I mean, you got to believe that Haynes King has got something going. He beat out Zach Pyron, and Zach Pyron played really well last year down the stretch. That's a team that beat North Carolina, beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. And by the way, they also beat Duke, which was a 9-win team, and they beat them. They didn't just luck into those wins. So I think as they get through the season here, they're going to be a tough out at times.
Dog fans, don't worry. I'm going to tell you why Carson Beck's ready for the moment. Dogs play tomorrow. We'll get into that coming up at 4 in our dog report. A reminder, this hour is brought to you by the Man Cave Store. Up your Man Cave game this football season, guys, with a new custom pool table, theater seats, and even shuffleboard tables for family, friends, fun. Visit mancavestore.com. Headlines brought to you by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Randy Mueller is going to join us next. We're going to talk all things NFL. We'll ask him about the Falcons and much more on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Let's talk some football with the guy who knows football. Randy Mueller is former NFL Exec of the Year. He currently contributes to The Athletic. And I got to say this, Randy, we appreciate you jumping on with us and talking some football. We're excited. Season starts next week, obviously with the big kickoff game, and Detroit at Kansas City, and then the Falcons start on Sunday against the Carolina Panthers, where Bijan Robinson will be his debut along with Bryce, and it's going to be exciting. And I wanted to get your thoughts initially on the Falcons and the moves. Being a former general manager, everybody was like, oh, what are they doing taking a running back? And I think a lot of people have backed off of that now, realizing this kid can do so many different things.
Well, I got to give him credit. It's probably not everybody's plan to go into a draft to select a running back in the top 5, but I think in this case, Bijan has proved that he's more than valuable for them to take whenever or however. I mean, he's a weapon. He always was. I think I found a lot of what I was looking for to make me realize what makes him tick in the simplest of runs at Texas. And if you can find all the information you need in a game where he doesn't have to gain 200 yards, I think that might be a badge of honor for a back or for any player for that matter. So he's a good player. He does everything. He'll be one of the top backs in the league. Frankly, he's one of the best players I saw all preseason. So I give him kudos. It's a tough job to build a team the way people want it to be built from the outside. In other words, sign and draft all the bells and whistles that make us all get excited. It's another team to have convictions about your evaluations and stick to it. And I think Terry and Arthur have done that.
Randy Mueller, I talk to athletes and I'll say, take me inside the locker room, take me to, some place that the fans can get a little glimpse of what your life is like as an executive, as former executive of the year. I would like you to take me inside the front office, just generally and broadly in the NFL. Like, what the hell is going on in Indianapolis, and what the hell is going on in Washington, and why are some of these front offices so dysfunctional?
Well, I've been through it for a long time, that's for sure. And every time I see something like happened in the cities you mentioned, I continue to just shake my head. I don't think it has to be that hard. I don't think it has to be as complicated or as drama-filled as some think. I do think players are different. You have to manage them different. You have to communicate them different. But I've always thought the job of being a GM or really a head coach is as much about being a people person and communicator as it is with the X's and O's guys or sitting in a room picking players. So I think usually these teams, when they do get sideways, it's become one of those things where relationships get sideways, and you've got to work at it. Communicating's hard, and I think more so than ever before because we're dealing with a million people seeking content. We're dealing with all the social media platforms. It's different, but it's really hard. And I think in these cases, the message got outside the building in too many ways, especially with regard to Jonathan Taylor. And now they've got to try to find a way to get the genie back in the bottle, and it's going to be hard. Somebody's going to have to give on both sides to solve that one, that's for sure. All these negotiations are fixable. And everybody says, well, money fixes everything. But I also think communicating fixes a lot of these things. So they've got to swallow pride on both sides in Indy and see how that one comes out. But I anticipate that being solved sooner than later.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Randy, and you just said it because we keep hearing, these relationships are repairable. Chris Ballard said that in Indy. And I'm like, are they? I mean, seriously, it's a personal thing when you don't value me as a player and what I bring to your team. That's a personal thing. And then, things are said publicly, and I'm not saying Chris Ballard said anything, but I don't know if that's repairable with the owner.
Yeah, well, I think they have a different set of dynamics in Indy because of the owner, the way you mentioned it. And you just never know. Sometimes, this is just my opinion, you never know on what side of the bed Jim Irsay is going to wake up on, and then
it's
something
true.
may change, right?
Yeah.
What do they say? There's something I don't know, the knowing of which changes everything. So there's a lot of not knowing what the next day brings in Indy. But you're right. I think the unique thing about what Chris did is he came clean with his feelings the other day. He let it all out there that, hey, this thing sucks, and we get it. Most guys would keep that under their hat. They would not let the outside see them sweat. for example, Andy Reid was asked the same thing about his holdout, Chris Jones, and he said, hey, life goes on. We got a coach who's here, and we're going to move on. So there's different philosophies on how to handle these things. I was always one to kind of keep the chaos to a minimum and put up a solid front, but I give credit to Chris Ballard. He was looking for a little empathy, and I don't know if he found it or not, but they'll fix that. Chris is a people person. Yeah. He's kind of caught between a rock and a hard spot with the owner on one side and the player on the other, but that's what GMs get paid to do, is to fix things.
Randy Mueller, former NFL Executive of the Year, as Carl mentioned, next week, 6 days away from Kansas City and Detroit, a game you'll hear on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Chiefs and Lions to open the season. Lions, a lot of buzz. Randy, Jets, a lot of buzz with the whole Hard Knocks thing. And, and now Aaron Rodgers, he gets away from the witch, and now he's got like a new love, and he's in New York and all that kind of stuff. And then you've got, down here in Atlanta, everybody's a Super Bowl champion. Everybody thinks, well, maybe not in Phoenix, but everybody else thinks they're a Super Bowl champion. Who are we, broadly, pick a team or two, Randy, are we, as fans of the NFL, are we overselling going into the year? And who are we underselling going into the year, in your opinion?
Well, I think we're overselling Detroit a little bit. You mentioned them, and maybe it's just me, but this was a defense that really struggled last year, and they did get better the last month of the season. But I know the offense and Jared Goff and Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, get a lot of credit, and Dan gets the guys stirred up, whether it's the media or his team. But I think we're advancing them a little too far in the equation without seeing more evidence of it. So I think there's a little hope that Detroit's going to be better. I don't know how much it's built on stone rather than a little bit of sand. So that's one I would go with on that route. The team I think we're sleeping on a little bit is the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think Pittsburgh's going to be good. I think they've done a nice job this offseason. They've drafted guys that fit their scheme and what Mike Tomlin wants to do. And I think Kenny Pickett has advanced as quickly as he can and is really in a solid offense with some weapons right now. So I think that's the team that people are sleeping on.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. And then, Mike Tomlin comes in here the third week of the preseason and says, you can't box if you don't spar. I'm starting my guys, And it just gives you the impression of what he's trying to do there with these guys and give them the confidence they need heading into the season. Randy Mueller, our guest, guys, former executive of the year in the NFL. He is a contributor to The Athletic as we talk NFL football. Week 1 starts next Thursday again. What do you make of the Bosa situation? The 49ers obviously said they're not trading him. He is not with the team. And then, Chris Jones. These are two dominant players, one with the 49ers, one with the Chiefs.
Both really good players. I think both franchises know that. They value them. They're willing to pay them. Here's the thing. We have an extra week in the schedule built in now because of that no fourth preseason game. So we still have 4 or 5 days for this thing to play out. I think you're going to see haymakers thrown from the player side, especially from their agent and representative side, because they can. They can still ask for anything they want and hold tight against it. I think these things will come to a head, but it might be midweek next week before it does. I just think they're going to be there's so much money involved. They're going to be on the field when it counts and when the real paychecks come. So I still think we have a little bit of time. And I think everybody knows that these players want to be there. And I think their teammates will start to, walk a little bit about, hey, we need you. We got to have you here. And that pressure will build. But when it comes to deadlines, that's when these things happen. And we're not up against that deadline yet as much as fans and listeners want us to be. We're just not there yet.
Randy, I want to be sure that you understand that I'm not asking you about whether he's going to be a star, but I do want to ask you about Desmond Ridder. And if you've seen enough sample size where you as a former exec can look at him and think he can be a starter, like a long-term, not just, a few games or even a year, but could he be somebody that could grow into a long-term starter for the Atlanta Falcons?
I'm of the ilk, and I have seen a lot of him. I watched a lot of him at Cincinnati. I mean, this guy played a ton of college football. And so I think it is a work in progress. I think the offense that Arthur runs does suit his skill set. I don't think it's fancy. I don't think they're going to ask him to sit in the pocket and process and make if this, then this throws many times. So I think that the level that they're going to need out of him maybe isn't level 4 and 5 quarterbacking. So that helps him. I'm still of the wait and see, though. I think he needs every snap he can. I wish I would have seen him play more in preseason. I just don't know how you can protect these guys when they need this time. They need every snap under real live action. And I think we miss an opportunity when we don't play those guys. So I'm kind of the wait and see right now on Desmond Ridder.
And it's fair. I think a lot of people around the country.
Right. We were just pointing at each other going, right.
Yeah. It's Randy, it's what we've been saying and why, for me, I've been a little frustrated with wanting to see a little bit more. Again, I'm not expecting him to play a full game, but give me 2 more series. Give me 3 more series throughout the course of the preseason, and that's kind of what I expected, and it didn't play out that way. Who, by the way, it's the Chiefs' world, right? They won the championship. I think the Eagles have the most complete roster when you start talking about, the makeup of their team and their depth. But who's the team that you feel like does take a jump this year outside of the Steelers? You said there might be a surprise. Is there another team? What do you think about the Chargers and the work that they've done?
I've taken that bait too many times on the Chargers,
Okay.
and I worked there for 10 years. I've worked there 10 years, so I know the combatants, I know the people. It seems like we always are in the case of the Chargers, hey, this is the year, and something derails them. So I'm not going to go there. I will say this, the more preseason film I watch, it sent me back to film from last year. I think a lot of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I know they had some success last year, but I see guys on defense, they have a lot of really good players that are hard to block. Some of those draft picks that they were able to cash in on through those years of losing, I think has given them some talent. And now offensively, I think with the adult in the room, Doug Peterson, and now the quarterback coming along, I think they've got a good group of guys in a division that's kind of shaky. So I think Jacksonville is going to make a deeper run. Now, that may not show at the end because there's such good teams in the AFC, but I think they're going to be really good this year. And they're poised to, I think, get to the Bills, the Chiefs, the Bengals, into that. And they were almost there last year, but I think they're going to be in that group more as a contender than a pretender this year.
Great stuff. It's always good to have you on, Randy. We appreciate it. Randy Mueller, guys, former NFL Executive of the Year, chopping up some NFL with us. Can't wait, man. Thank you so much. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys.
All right, plenty more to get to here on the show. John Freaky in for Mike today. You can watch us, guys, 929 at 929 The Game. That's on YouTube and twitch.tv/ATL929 The Game. Whispers running our cameras. His name is Jason, but we call him Whispers because he talks very, very low. Coming up, she regrets saying what she said about her husband. Imagine that. It's Dukes and Bell.
and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. John Fricky in for Mike today. We're having a lot of fun, guys, because the Braves beat the Dodgers 8-7 last night. I know these games are late, but, this is the series kind of we've been waiting on. And I was having a great conversation, John, on social media. And by the way, give out your social media tag so people can reach out to you.
It would be at John. I know this is hard, John, Fricky, Frické. It's just my name. And by the way, shout out to everybody watching on the Twitch and the YouTube and all that kind of stuff, right?
For sure. Absolutely. You can watch us live. One of our loyal listeners, he hit me up, and I'm going to read what he said because this is kind of how I think people feel in regards to Ronald Acuna. Because, again, I think the disrespect is real. This whole Mookie Betts thing, Mookie Betts is a great player. He's not been the MVP this year. He's not been the best player consistently throughout the course of the season. He's having a hot month, but a hot month doesn't make you the MVP. And so one of our listeners, his name's Bob, he says, it's okay if Acuna is ignored as long as he wins the MVP after the season. If he is ignored then, I won't know what to say. And my response to him was, Bob, Acuna is having a historic season. Recognize it while it's going on. That's all I'm asking for. And it's almost as if this is, like you said to start the show with the highlights. Oh, look, Acuna, grand slam. But look what Mookie Betts did. Mm-hmm. Come on, let's not dismiss this, that he is doing something. Are you ready for this? No one has ever done. Nobody.
Not Mickey Mantle, not Barry Bonds.
Nobody.
Big-time player.
No, nobody's done this. Can we recognize it in the moment? That's all I'm asking. So let's acknowledge it for all the national media. Damn, we've never seen this. This is pretty cool. This guy's really good. We haven't gotten that. It's always been it's an afterthought, and that is bothering me. And then we play the Dodgers. He does what he did last night. And John, they talk about it like, well,
okay. And I guess he got married and he had a grand slam. But Mookie and Muncy and. I mean, it's just oh my God. No, I got to tell you, this is the other thing. Ronald Acuna Jr. has consistently led in runs, stolen bases, hits.
Yes.
Metric after metric after metric. He might end up as the batting with the batting title on top of it, and yet he's led from day one. He's led in all these categories. Throughout the year, he's never relented. He's way out in front in a few, runs scored, things of this nature. And yet, they're always looking for, I think Freddie's the hot guy. He might, be the MVP. No, it's Mookie.
You don't wear earrings. You don't have your hair a certain length.
Pete Alonso, until you threw it again, they were going, Pete Alonso is the greatest home run hitter since Aaron Judge. Oh, my God. Crown him now. And Acuna, you get nothing. It was like, oh, yeah. Acuna's brother went to Boston. It's Acuna's brother that we like.
It's unbelievable.
It's not funny.
It's unbelievable. He should be on the cover of every magazine. Digitally, non-digital, I don't care. Where's it at? And we beat the Dodgers last night. 404-726-0929. That is the number. That's all I'm asking. When someone has a historic season.
I know.
Okay? When Tom Brady in 2007 threw for, 50 touchdowns.
Or something, right? Yeah.
Everybody was like, Brady. Our guy doesn't get that.
Nope. He could be 35-75 or 35-80. He can set records that nobody will even sniff. And one of the, he's doing it, John, with bigger bases and new rules. And I'm like, really? How come nobody else
is doing this?
Just him.
Nobody else. If you want to argue to your friends, family over the weekend, maybe you have people that are.
If you have 15 guys with 50 or more steals,
yes.
Okay.
But if you have people in other cities that you're arguing this about, the only thing you need to respond to is, no one's ever done this. End of conversation.
Right. All right. What category offensively does Mookie Betts lead the league in? Let me see. Hang on. Because I think the answer might be hell none. Not one.
1 month, I don't care. Everybody gets hot for a month.
Well, but it's ESPN. You know it. I've worked with them. You've worked with them. If it doesn't happen in the New York, Boston, Philadelphia circle, or now this new circle of Los Angeles, ESPN, if it doesn't happen there, it doesn't happen.
No, it's true. And that's the thing that's bugging me. Taylor says in capital letters, I'm sick of the bias and disrespect, Dukes. Me too.
Mm-hmm. So what we do, go out there kicking in the teeth again tonight and then win the remember, they're still playing from behind. Not only this year, but they're playing from behind. They're still mad. Eddie Rosario lives in their brains.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Eddie. All right, coming up, we got a lot more to get to. Some college football conversation coming up in less than 15 minutes. Yeah, man, no man on the way as well. Right now, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Let me hear Kelly Stafford earlier in the week. Kelly Stafford went on her podcast and put it out there publicly that her husband, Matthew Stafford, Super Bowl champion, Georgia Bulldog, was not connecting with the young players on the team. And she said it and did it in a way that made it sound like, well, there's a disconnect. Now she's taking it all back.
I spoke on a topic that I think it's relatable to the fact that it's hard to relate to someone who is 10 years younger than you.
And that's what was written actually about it. It was a very relatable thing.
And I do think that's entirely true, but I'm not in an NFL locker room. I'm not spending every day with these teammates. Obviously there's relationships. He spends more time with them than he does with me during the season. Mm-hmm. That was tough. I say all the time, even on my podcast, probably not the best if your wife's name's in the media when it comes to if it's talking about sports.
Yeah.
Okay, Lala.
First of all, who's the lady that's co-signing all this? It was actually a perfect conversation to have. Who is the lady in the background?
Well, I want to defend her for a second, okay? Because when Matt Stafford came out and said, I don't understand the eye black these kids wear, the earrings, there's organizational rules in the NFL. When he went
rules.
I mean, he went through all that stuff. I get it.
Freddie, come on.
Does Chelsea have to have that moment here? Is that what we're talking about?
You don't cover the A with sunglasses.
You know what? I said this when it happened. Chris, did I not say this, Turtle? I said this is pillow talk. This was Matthew Stafford telling his wife in bed, and I'm not going into their home. I'm just saying this is what happens.
Yeah,
babe, these young kids, man. And she was like, oh, that's good material for my podcast.
Yeah, right.
And then she spilled the beans, and he came home and goes, babe, you're not in these locker rooms. Yeah. You can't say that.
Yeah, I know.
With their Fortnite and their TikTok and their live streams, I just don't get it.
You don't wear earrings. You have your hair a certain length.
Don't you want the husband to be like the bad guy sometime? I mean, it's not Brittany Mahomes. It's not Lala. It's not, right?
That's right.
Okay. You want the husband, like, the soccer star. Like, Dansby Swanson is the bad guy. Dansby goes to the meeting and goes, the women's soccer team, because Mallory was telling me that, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, no! And Dansby's got to walk it back,
Got to walk it back.
I didn't really mean that, okay, fine. But, yeah, that'd be funny.
It is.
We didn't have FaceTime my rookie year. What the heck is this?
That's probably what he told her. Meanwhile, Josh Allen says, I don't hear the outside noise.
One thing I do know, it's hard to win in this league. It's hard to win consistently in this league. But the type of men that we have in this facility, in this locker room, it's a special group. So, I don't really hear all that outside noise. I know the type of guys that we have, the energy and the juice that we can bring, and how special this team can be.
Help me out, Carl. I mean, I haven't been to Buffalo in about 40 years. Do they have the internet yet?
Neither has anybody else.
Do they have the internet up there in upstate New York? Does that exist? I don't know. When anybody says, I don't hear the outside noise, oh, stop it. I mean, it's human nature, and everybody goes to X or Twitter, or whatever the hell we go to Facebook and LinkedIn and this and that, and they so-called read the papers.
Yep. Josh Allen, listen, they got to get it done. All this conversation about Bills Mafia and the Bills and how good they are, and they're good. They got to get over this hump. So he can say that all he wants.
Am I wrong thinking that, you know what, your window is starting to close a little bit? Because now you got Aaron Rodgers and the Dolphins had let's look. They get a quarterback that can stay healthy, and let's hope he does, and is not fat, right? I mean, that's what they were calling him. Anyway, the Trey Lance deal.
Wait a minute. Who was calling Tua fat?
Oh, we had the whole apology tour. Ryan Clark.
They called him fat?
Oh, Ryan Clark had to go on the apology tour. I'm sorry for calling Tua a fat tub. Yeah.
Tua's not fat.
Well, I know, but Ryan Clark said he was.
Ryan Clark actually said he looks like an Atlanta stripper.
Yeah, it was. Which strip joint was it?
I think it might have been the Onyx.
Yeah, Onyx. Yeah. Like a stripper at Onyx. That's what it was.
That's a terrible.
That's what he compared his physique to on NFL Live on ESPN.
By the way, if Tua looks like a stripper at Onyx, I don't want to see the strippers at Onyx. And I know they don't look like that, okay? That's a terrible comparison. Oh, my goodness. All right, yes, we hope he stays healthy. I'm not calling him fat, and I'm not going to call him a stripper that looks like
Onyx.
Yeah, from on. I'm not going to do it.
On the bottom.
Yep.
I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
Who is Ryan Clark seeing that looks like Tua at Onyx? You're talking about disrespect. You just disrespected the women at Onyx.
That's thick with 3 C's, Carl.
That's thick with 3 C's. You're absolutely right. All right, let's talk about Zach Taylor. Joe Burrow's back.
Mm-hmm.
This division is going to be a monster.
Can I get Zach Taylor to be my quarterback at Nebraska again? Please.
You might need that. Here is the Bengals coach talking about Burrow.
I thought he looked good. It was good to get him out there. It certainly energizes the team when you get a chance to get your starting quarterback back out there. So I thought he looked good. We're just taking it day to day with how we're going to integrate him in there.
Is it everything day to day?
It sounds like Zach's not telling us anything.
Is it life day to day?
Yeah, he's not going to tell us anything. He's like, I'm not giving you guys anything. Now, we just talked about the holdout situation with Jonathan Taylor. Josh Jacobs got his money.
Mm-hmm, right.
He was asked about whether he has any hard feelings against the Raiders. This is what Josh Jacobs said in regards to the Raiders and him getting his money. Listen to this, because I don't know if this Jonathan Taylor thing is going to end any time soon.
I mean, we here. We made it happen, so it ain't no hard feelings now. I mean, I feel like I said, we made it happen, so it's a clean slate with me. It was never, really just, no hate on each side. I understood it, but at the same time, I understood my value, too. So it was just about meeting in the middle.
That money changes everything, don't it?
Yeah, right. And this is Deshaun Watson. Last thing real quick before the break here, being named one of the 5 team captains.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're the PR guy of the Browns, how do you massage that?
You hope no one asks any questions about it? That's what you do. 2 o'clock hour was brought to you by our friends at the Man Cave store. Up your Man Cave game this football season, guys. New custom pool tables, theater seats, even shuffleboard tables for family, friends, and fun. Visit mancavestore.com. All right, coming up, we're going to talk some college football. We got some really good games to look forward to this weekend. I want to know what the game is you're looking most forward to. We'll get into it next.
back to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up, we will talk about the Dogs and the expectations, and I will tell you why Carson Beck is ready for the moment. Coming up at 4 o'clock. John Freaky in for Mike today. You are going to be hosting, by the way, and this is a big plug because we want you guys to check it out on Saturdays. It's a great way to get ready for the college football day. But you're going to be hosting college football show on Saturday.
Yeah, college football game time, 8 a.m. tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 11:30 with Abe and Garrett. It's going to be a lot of fun. Garrett's covering Georgia Tech this year, so he'll be at the game tonight, at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and he'll have a full report on what goes down between Georgia Tech and Louisville. And, of course, we'll be looking forward to all the big games, talking about all the key headlines, and getting you ready for our coverage of, and now on the station, we have coming up tomorrow, Colorado and TCU, and that is going to be really intriguing. There's probably no more interesting team, Carl, coming into the year than Deion Primetime's Colorado Buffaloes, because when you talk about 62 players you fire, I have no idea. I mean, they got a lot of talent. How quickly does that come together? Do they win big games? Do they lose big games? I have no idea. They are the biggest unknown. I don't know how anybody in the world could possibly bet that game tomorrow.
Well, it's TCU favored by 21 points, right? 20 and a half.
Right.
The unknown of the worst program in college football, which was Colorado.
Last year, yes.
Going there, the prime factor, listen, it's real, but I don't know if it's the first game. And I don't know if he's got all the talent that he needs. But I got to tell you this. I don't count Deion out, and certainly Colorado. He's brought in a lot of talented players. He's got a good coaching staff. Okay, the coaching staff, if you're not aware, he went out and got experienced guys.
Yes, he did.
So from that standpoint, it's not like this is going to be an embarrassing thing. But if you feel like TCU, who's ranked 17th now, coming off that national championship beatdown by Georgia, they lost a lot of guys also to the NFL and you know, vice versa as far as guys graduating and whatnot. But I don't think this TCU team is last year's TCU team. And so I think this is a closer game. But the fact of Colorado retooling and all the new faces, you got to give TCU the edge. But I think they might cover in the 21 points. But I don't think they go on the road and win, because if they do, look out.
Well, it's going to be a fascinating first weekend. You know, we'll talk about Carson Beck coming up. You know, Georgia Tech tonight. You're going to find out a lot. Everybody's got flaws.
Yep.
USC's secondary is no good. I mean, Nebraska craps the bed. Everybody's got a thing that they do. And I look at this and I think everybody's focused in on LSU and FSU. Well, Bo Johnson here is like the Roadrunner. Remember the cartoon? And he would get like rolling real fast to get away from the coyote, and his legs would go like in big circles and zip, right? He is out of here.
He's gone.
Yeah, Orlando?
Yes.
Go Tigers. Yeah.
He's gone.
He going down to Orlando. He gone. And I get that, or they're looking forward to seeing Clemson and, you know, the start of Kyle McCord for Ohio State. I have a slightly under the radar game that I'm really kind of intrigued by, and that is West Virginia and Penn State. I'm of the small group that thinks at Penn State that James Franklin, now Abe Gordon's going to disagree, and he makes a really good point until they actually do it. I don't believe it.
10 years in, now he's going to make the run?
I mean, but he's got the team. Got, great offensive line, got a great running game, got playmakers on defense, and I think that Drew Aller, from what we can tell, is going to be a really good quarterback, and there's not going to be any drop-off from Sean Clifford to him. I think Penn State's going to be a tough out, and they are my surprise team to make it to the playoff this year. So I'm going to be interested to see if that judgment is correct in this first game against West Virginia. If it is, then Penn State should handle business here fairly easily. 14 points, 17 points, game control more than score spread, because Neil Brown, the head coach at West Virginia, under a whole lot of fire. And so that's the one game I hate. So headline this morning, Carl: Florida fans are already done with quarterback Graham Mertz.
I believe it. I believe it. Listen, the offense was abysmal.
They were terrible.
It was
the
abysmal.
Offensive line was a disaster.
Yep. It was hard to watch last night. As a matter of fact, I told Turtle, my wife's like, "Can we change the channel?" I said, "It's the second quarter." What? She's like, "This is not fun to watch." I said, "Okay, you're right. Let's change the channel." So then I watched Nebraska lose, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, but at least Nebraska fought.
They did. This was ugly, and I said to these guys, listen, Bo and Turtle, I said, Florida doesn't score on Georgia, guys. I'm serious.
I mean, Mertz, if he's still the quarterback, might get sacked 10 times.
Utah does not have the physical prowess that Georgia does when it comes to the defensive side of the football.
Right.
They may not score against the Dogs this season. And the way that game played out last night, not only did it look bad, they made dumb mistakes. They had silly penalties. On one punt, they had two guys on the same field wearing the same jerseys.
Number 3.
That's undisciplined football.
Right. In your second year, it's not your first game, Billy Napier.
So I'm just telling you, it may be a long ride for Florida fans, but this thing is ugly. And I thought that they would be a lot better in that area, specifically offensively. It doesn't surprise me. Florida fans are done. And I'll say this. Somebody hit me up and made me laugh with this. They said, you know why Dion is disavowing himself about Florida State? And I said, no.
Oh, yeah. All right, backstory here. So he gets called out by Danny Cannell, who probably just should shut up. Former Florida State quarterback, because Dion said he's not a Knoll. He graduated from Talladega College and he's focused on Colorado. And okay, I mean, but so some FSU fans got mad.
They did, and Dion basically, this was the comment from one of our listeners. They said, Dukes, he's going to be Florida's coach in a couple of years. And that's why he's saying I'm not a Knoll. Here's what I know about coaching. Doesn't matter where you went. If the money is right and the opportunity is right, he's got to win at Colorado first, guys. The Jackson State thing was amazing, and it's great. And at the end of the day, now Dion has to prove that he can win at this level, Mike, or John, at the FBS level, that he can win and be a real program from the standpoint of this team is moving conferences. I don't think that happens in the next couple of years. I think he's there for a few years to see how things shake out. But if he can recruit and win, more opportunities are going to open up for him. And if the Florida job, if Billy Napier can't get it done there, okay, as Kirby continues to dominate, and if you're going to tell me South Carolina is going to be a better program than Florida and Tennessee's a better program than Florida, Florida has a lot of work to do. They're looking up at a bunch of schools right now, specifically in the SEC, that are just better right now. And it goes back to, John, and you know this, when they stopped recruiting with Will Muschamp, when not Muschamp, but their former coach, I'm sorry, Muschamp, after Muschamp left, when they stopped recruiting at the end of the tenure, that's when this really, I think, Mullen, thank you, when Mullen stopped recruiting, that's when this started. And, now he's on TV and he's doing his thing, but it hurt the program. When you are not, and you're Florida and you're not a top 10, 15, 20 recruiting class year in and year out, you're not going to compete with Alabama. You're certainly not going to compete with LSU or Georgia. Now Tennessee's taking a jump. You got Texas and Oklahoma coming in, top 10 recruiting classes. You're looking up at everybody.
Stay in your own state. Florida State's better. Central Florida's better. Miami's at least even, if not possibly better. We'll see what Mario Cristobal does. You're not the big dog in your own state.
Yeah.
You're not careful, you'll be number 4.
Sorry, Will. I put Will Muschamp's name. Muschamp's like, I was gone. Not Will.
Not me.
No, Mullen. But Mullen literally didn't care. And it shows. And so now this is the catch-up thing that Billy Napier's trying to do. And last night, there was a time, guys, Florida would go on the road and play anybody, right? This is as far as they've gone west, I think, in like 15 years. But when they got off the bus, you knew Florida was in business. That game last night was embarrassing. You went to Utah and got embarrassed. Plain and simple.
Well, and you can blame Graham Mertz all you want. Their offensive line was a disaster. A disaster. They couldn't run the ball. They couldn't block for their quarterback. Look, Graham Mertz is not going to light the world on fire, but if you give him a little bit of time, you can find an open receiver. But he was just, oh, man. Horrendous. And that was, no offense, that was Utah.
Right.
Which is a good football team. Don't get me wrong, they're a good football team. But they're not Georgia. What is Utah? If you really look at it and they come into the SEC, they're Kentucky.
Yeah, that's a good call. I think you're right. What do you think about Georgia Tech tonight? And we'll talk more about this later on. I think they have a really good shot to surprise a lot of people. I believe in Haynes King. I know a lot of people maybe haven't seen him play. I watched him with A&M when he started there for 2 years. The injury set him back, but the kid can play. And I think it helps Georgia Tech to have a quarterback that understands what they're trying to do, and his experience may give them an edge up. But Louisville in town, I think it's going to be a fun matchup tonight. I can't wait to see Brent Key's team and how they play. The physicality of Georgia Tech is going to be better because that's how Brent Key coaches.
No, the team looked totally different at the end of last year with Brent Key. I expect to see a little bit of that tonight. Look, I think Georgia Tech is one of those sneaky teams. I really do. I think that this is a team that is going to be sneaky good and knock off more than one or two. I watched a little bit, the Wake Forest Elon game on the ACC Network, and Wake Forest, without Sam Hartman, I went, Georgia Tech beat them. In the ACC, who can Georgia Tech not beat? Clemson. Who can they not beat? Florida State. And that's pretty much it. They can beat everybody else. They just have to play well.
They will have an opportunity to start 1-0 tonight down at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We're going to give you a chance to win some tickets coming up to see comedian Dion Cole, My New Normal Tour. His show is October 1st at the Coca-Cola Roxy. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. We'll give you a pair between now and 7. Stay tuned for that. When we come back, Yeah Man, No Man's next.
and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It is Dukes and Bell. My man John Freaky in for Mike today. Coming up, we're going to talk about the Dogs. Why is Carson Beck ready for this moment? We will definitely get into that along the way, and more on the Braves as they try to win 2 in a row against the Dodgers. We'll talk about Fried and much more later in the show with Grant McCauley. Right now, though, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
Turtle, happy Friday. Happy Labor Day weekend. This is always a great time of year because football is in the air. The weather hasn't quite turned yet, but hey, we're getting some great college football, and then next week it's the NFL. What's going on today, Turtle?
Carl, I'm ready to try again.
What are you talking about?
I have
You
my
got a girlfriend? Is that what we're talking
I have
about?
my first date
Oh, yeah.
set up for next week since the infamous incident
Yes.
of me getting stood up at the place, drink in my hand.
Okay.
And then the online fiasco that followed with someone in her circle finding me on Twitter and trying to put me on blast.
Well, you
to the nation.
got bullied, didn't you?
A little bit.
All
yeah.
right. Do you want to spill any details about this upcoming situation?
So here's the thing. I have yet to pick a place, and that's what I am embarking on your and John Fricky's help with.
Whataburger.
Because, well,
I'm good with that.
I mean, let's make
I'd
it
be
simple.
good with that too. But here's my question.
What?
Because I tried to do something a little fancier last time, and it backfired in my face because
When is this date?
Next week.
Next week. And the place was it was totally like crowded, so I had to pivot to a less fancy place, and apparently that was a factor in her hesitation in meeting me because at the last second I had to switch up the joint.
You haven't met this new woman yet?
That's a first date.
And it's going to be on what day of the week?
Tuesday of next week.
Does the weekday matter?
It matters a lot because if it was going to be on a Sunday, I would say if the weather's nice, I would take her to a picnic at Piedmont Park.
Oh, I feel you on that.
Yeah.
So we'll be meeting after our remote at Napa Auto Parts.
Okay.
Yeah, bring her to Napa Auto Parts. That way you'll know.
Yes,
you'll know.
exactly.
I'm telling you, you'll know right then. If she comes in there and she heads straight back to the spark plugs and stuff, man, if she is, okay, you're in.
She can fix the car that I don't have.
I was going to say, what do you drive? Nothing. This is a really interesting question from the standpoint, John. John is right. Like, if it was weekend or something, you can look at it differently. Weeknight, weekday, again, don't want to be too overbearing, right? You just kind of want to make it simple.
I would meet at a bar that has food.
Yeah, simple.
Something simple.
Now, here's the problem.
What?
In 2023,
yeah,
if you don't shell out a little bit, that's
stop
almost
it.
an automatic.
No.
It's the
Okay.
truth.
No, it's
How
not
much
the
are we
truth.
talking about?
Not.
It is not the truth.
I don't have to take her to STK.
Okay. All right.
But I can't. I don't think if I suggested Taco Mac, that would be a good option either.
You know, there's nothing wrong with Taco Mac.
There isn't anything
By the way,
wrong.
every woman I ever wanted to date was a girl I would take to Taco Mac.
Things have changed, my guys.
No,
Things
that's
have
the
changed.
real person. You know, because who do you go to Taco Mac with? Your friends. And you want to marry, you don't want to marry, you want to marry your best friend. Okay? Because I always tell that this is old guy stuff, right? But it's true, Turtle. Love is easy. Like is hard.
Wow. Freaky just dropped some knowledge right there.
Seriously. Well, for me, apparently,
You can
getting
love
them.
a lot of people. But it's true. You can love a lot of people in your life, but you only really like a few.
No. It's
Very
true.
small circle.
That is true.
Yeah, no,
Sage advice from John Fricky.
Listen, John is right about the just the casual spot. And it could be, there's a ton of those kinds of places.
Atkins Park's still working. I mean, Manuel's still working. I mean,
and here's the deal: if you go there and you have a cocktail or brew,
Right.
whatever you're going to have, and you hit it off, then you can go somewhere like, hey, let's keep the night going. Let's go somewhere else. That's how you
Just not
continue to
Onyx.
move. What?
Not Onyx.
Well, you might see
Yeah,
Tua.
you
there.
might run into Tua, and I might shift my focus from my lady friend to the Tua now.
What's a Tua? I'll show you what a Tua is.
I don't want to see anybody built like Tua at Onyx. Okay, but yes. So then I think that's how you build it. But I'm excited for you, man, because I know that last fiasco was an ordeal. That was overblown.
It was a lot, man.
Yeah,
it really was.
This is why you say, look, we're starting at manuals, and we're going to do the pub crawl, because that's what we did in the 80s. It's what kids should do now. It's what they want to do. They don't have to. If you have to highfalutin it, it ain't going to happen.
Shelby says, put them up, C Dukes. You can follow us. Mike Bell, ATL, Dukes and Bell 929, John Fricky. Shelby says, put them up, C Dukes, Max Chop House.
Nah, too much.
Huh?
Too much.
It's from a female, Shelby. She's not just what she said.
That's exactly my point, guys. That is exactly.
Shelby
the standard
says
is so high.
Chop House.
No, see if you're into the meal and not the other person, if that's what's important to you, you're either on your way to being a Tua or.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with having a nice dinner. Shelby, I hear you on this. Max Chop House.
Just don't wear eye black. Okay?
No, John. Okay, so let me spin it this way.
Okay.
What's the number? If it's over blank
$50.
blank amount, I'm doing too much.
Oh,
over 100.
Yeah, over $100.
Okay, 100.
Yeah,
Your food and drink total.
Oh,
is
yeah.
Keep it under 100 because you do. First off, how do you top it? What are you going to go out the next time? 200? What we doing the next time? 3?
No.
I mean, hey, listen, wait a second. We started off. We were going to Rathbruns. We were going to Marcel. We're getting the tomahawk ribeye.
Max Chop House.
And the next thing you know, you're inviting me to Waffle House at 3 a.m, which is kind of usually the date I would.
Well, that usually means a good night if we're going to Waffle House at 3 a.m. To be completely honest with you guys, that means there was probably a lot of success had in the evening. If you're getting a little grumbling in the tumbling at 3 a.m., that you got to go satisfy.
Boy, I got to tell you, there's nothing like that waffle with the peanut butter on top. Boy, I tell you what, it's unbelievable. And if you've not had it, I'm just saying, hi, Waffle House.
Smothered and covered.
Oh, so good. It's so good. You are going to have success. I'm putting it in the atmosphere here in the ethos. You are going to have monster success on this date.
Okay. So what you say here, this is how I would handle it. If she asks you, say, I want you to pick a place that you're comfortable.
And then she's going to say,
well,
it doesn't really matter. Anything is really fine. I'm not picky.
Okay, well, then fine. Then I'd offer a couple of things. All right. What area of town are you looking at? Right around here?
Yes.
I would say, okay, do you want to just kind of hang out at like Manuel's, or you want to go to have dinner? I mean, give her a couple options. And if she doesn't, if you still get the him and him, just take her to Manuel's, because you'll find out real quick, okay? Because if you can't hang at Manuel's, you ain't hanging in Atlanta, okay? I'm just saying.
I love our listeners. Eddie Z's like Cheesecake Factory.
No. That's like so California pretentious.
I'm just saying.
I love
Cheesecake Factory.
But that's when you're married, okay?
Well, what about Bo Sheep says Dave and Buster's is a perfect spot.
Yeah, Dave and Buster's fine.
But I gotta get some more intel though to find out if that's her thing.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
if
taking
she's
to
not into
Ready,
that,
you know
then
what I mean?
that's. But you know what's a good spot down the street?
Good suggestion, fellas.
Is Cafe Intermezzo.
Oh,
It's not ridiculously overpriced, and it's got a good scene inside.
Well, wait a second. What's the joint around the corner down here on West Beach Street that we would go to a couple of times? You go straight down 14th, take a left. What's the name of that place? Oh, heck.
Right here?
Yeah, right down here. Down 14th, you take a left, right there on West Beach Street. We used to do shows from there.
Oh.
No, not Twisted Taco. It was a sports bar.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still there.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Yeah. But I know exactly what you're talking about. We did do shows from there, didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, it takes me back.
Yeah. But their food was
I
good
could
too.
do some scouting over the weekend. Go check it out. See, I got a show here tomorrow, so I'll be in the area.
Yeah.
I can go check it out.
Are you worried about this? Are you concerned that you're going to get bullied again?
Oh, Carl, I'm scarred. That's why do you think I waited this long to go out on another date? I shut the app off for like a month and a half.
Oh,
brother.
You turned the app off.
I was like DONE exclamation point, man. Because you know what? I put effort in. I put time in.
You can share here,
we
Turbo.
were right.
Go ahead.
We were right. The date was supposed to be happening, and then I get this rigmarole that I've never experienced in my entire life.
You felt like you were robbed.
I was robbed of a good time and a first date. And I was sitting there like a sad, sad man at a piano bar drinking a beer by myself.
Yeah.
All right, Billy Joel, here's the deal.
Wallowing in my beer.
Stop. Okay.
When he shuts the app down, though, it tells you everything you need to know.
How about you shut the app down, you just go out to a bar, hang around, start talking to women? You know what the best pickup line in the world is? Do you know the best pickup line in the world?
No, John, tell me.
Hi.
We've lost Carl for the rest of the segment.
It's the best pickup line in the world.
If you're watching on
Hi.
Twitch, we have Carl is gone.
It is.
For the rest of the segment. John, here's the thing.
Say hi.
Hi.
I know it's been a minute since you've been on the dating scene. You can't. It is almost
I killed
impossible.
the dating scene in the 80s at this time.
I'm not
Killed
not doubting it.
I was an anchor at CNN.
Not my point. I know.
I had a white Mustang with rims on it. Oh, man, I killed it.
There was also other
Cocaine was flowing.
Yeah, there was also other white stuff you were indulging in.
It snows here
but
occasionally.
In 2023, you cannot. It's basically
Did you
dead.
not watch the TV show? I mean, right? Oh, okay.
Approaching women
hey,
in person.
Hold on.
That's sad.
I got to give C. Beck some love here. He says, put him up, C. Dukes. This segment is soft. Chris, what are you talking about? Be a man. Go get these women.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what John's saying.
I did my part. She blew me off as the date was supposed to be happening. I was there. I suggested the place. I showed up. She called me from outside the restaurant, having a panic attack, saying she couldn't find parking, and then she went home.
Yeah, but
That's not my fault.
Okay, so I will tell you this: I went to a place in Buckhead. It was 1987 or 86. I went with a date, and I left with a different girl. Okay, so that's all you got to do. Okay, you go in with one. If it's not working out, you find another. I went in with one, came out with the other. If you were watching the front door, you went, wait a minute now, dude went in with the brunette. He's coming out.
That's
with
how you did it, John? That's how you did it?
Yeah.
That's how you got down?
Yeah, I went in with one and said, okay, ain't working, out the door, and I hung around for a little while, and then I walked out with the redhead.
Day, you hear this? This is how John got it in. Big Day 202 says, Turtle, get away from Freaky and Dukes. You're going to be single forever messing with these dudes.
That's all I'm trying to say. All right, we're late as it is. I did not expect this to take up the whole segment, but of course that's where we go on a feel-good Friday, Labor Day weekend. Carl, 30 seconds. What are you cooking for the holiday?
I'm going to cook something. I'm going to play with my meat this weekend.
Yeah, thanks.
No, I just listen. You've got to marinate it. You've got to put the seasoning on it. But I'm going to do something because we're probably going to eat off of it for the next few days. So I don't plan on cooking on Monday, so I'll do something tomorrow, and we'll eat it, Saturday, Sunday. But I'm probably going to do something like a pork butt or something that I can make some sandwiches and chill on Monday and watch these games on Sunday and Monday.
Yeah, I'm working. I'm working. So I don't have anything that I'm cooking out. So
yeah, John's here tomorrow, Sunday. What time Sunday?
12 to 3 Sunday, 10 to 2 on Monday.
On Monday. So he's got a full weekend full of talk in him.
He's a working man. Well, I'll be out in Canton. Shout out to the Divines. We'll be having wings. We'll be having brats. We'll be having burgers, fries, dogs, the whole thing.
Yeah.
All right. Send all of your dating advice to @CThomasRadio. Day hit my music.
And by the way, I take offense to that. I got game, son. All right, coming up. Dogs. Why is Carson Beck ready for the moment? I'm going to tell you, and then Kevin McGuire is going to stop by. We'll talk college football with him. He's the editor-in-chief of the Nittany Lions Wire college football blog, but he can talk all things college football, and we will do that at 4:20 with Kevin McGuire. It's Dukes and Bell, John Freaky in for Mike. Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in for Mike. This hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Coming up, we're going to talk plenty more college football. Georgia Tech in action tonight against Louisville. Kevin McGuire will stop by. We'll talk about some of the big games coming up this weekend. And we're going to get to the dogs here in just a second. John, I have to tell you, a lot of our listeners are chiming in. Jonathan, a loyal listener, says, Dukes, this is gold. Talking about where you were and what you were doing in the 80s and how you were a Mac. And then Snake Eyes, I think it is. Hold on. Snake Eyes 906. I want to make sure I got his handle right. Says, put him up, see Dukes. John Fricky was the original Mac in the 70s and the 80s.
Well, I have two friends named Howard. One's really smart. This is the other Howard.
Yeah.
And he texted me and said, your advice sucks, dude. and then he says, was the brunette that you left in the bar one of your wives? And the answer is no. If it had been my first wife, that probably would have been a win. But anyway, that's beside the point here. Yeah, the whole bar thing, it was just my 80s version of the transfer portal. Okay?
Very nice.
You know what I'm saying? So, Turtle, I'm not asking you to take any of my advice. I will say that one of the first dates that I went on with my current wife, the real estate maven, we did this dance. Where do you want to go? I don't know. Where do you want to go? I don't know. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. You'll do that, that thing. And so I finally said, okay, so you know where I took her? It's God's honest truth, and she'll back me up.
Where?
Racetrack.
Really?
Yeah, we walked in. I said, okay, let's go in. We got dogs. We got chips. She's looking at me weird. We got the sodas. We went out to the car. We sat in the car. We turned the music up, and we had a great time.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting.
And she loved to tell me, one of the first dates he took me out was to a gas station.
That sounds weird, right? That sounds weird. But, hey, if she had a good time and you hit it off, that's all that matters. Listen, I've had people tell me that their first date was Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
Oh, yeah.
So, hey.
People get married in Buc-ee's.
Well, to each his own. I'm just saying. And I love Buc-ee's, too. I love Buc-ee's. Day says, take it to a baseball game, man. That's a first good date. All right. You've got options.
Just not a
Turtle.
movie. Movies suck as first dates.
No, you can't do a movie.
No movie.
Can't do a movie.
It's awkward and you can't talk.
Yeah. And if you're wondering what the heck we're talking about, it's Friday, first of all. Friday! Turtle is going on a date for the first time since he got bullied by the last woman who bowed out. Well, she did. She bullied him. Her friends went after Turtle and called him all kind of names.
She only bullied him if he lets himself be bullied.
So he's back in the dating game. He's back on the app.
He's the turtle.
Yeah. So that's what we're talking about this. All right, man. We got
a hard shell.
We got to talk some dogs.
I went back into that.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
All right. Why is Carson Beck ready for this moment? Listen, stop worrying about the opponent. Worry about the execution. Worry about how he runs the offense, lack of mistakes, all the things that are going to lead us down the road, okay? And the bigger thing is, John, he's waited his turn. He's experienced. Some people say, well, he could have been the guy maybe a year or two ago. Obviously, Stetson Bennett took advantage of the opportunity. But I think physically, and I've said this to Mike, he may have better physical tools than Stetson Bennett did, okay? Maybe he's got a bigger arm. I don't know if he's faster or not, but he is mobile enough to have escapability. I'm not worried about all of those things in this first game. But the idea, is this moment too big for him? I don't believe that. I have no doubt in my mind that Carson Beck is ready to take the reins and roll.
Well, the good news is he gets 2 preseason games to warm up. I mean, the University of Tennessee, Martin Lawrence, no football state. Come on. Does he have the best offensive line in the country?
Yes, he does.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he does.
All right. I'm just saying he's going to be fine. Yeah, no, it'll be really interesting to me, not how he starts, but how he finishes. Are we saying, by the time they say Georgia Tech and clean old-fashioned hate comes around, are we saying Carson Beck's name, with KJ Jefferson and Jaden Daniels and I guess Spencer Rattler and Devin Leary at Kentucky and the best quarterbacks in the SEC? Are we talking about that? Or are we talking about, hey, listen, Dylan Raiola is coming next year? I mean, what are we talking about at the quarterback position by the time we get down to the end of the season?
Yeah, and, I would tell dog fans, and I think a lot of dog fans realize this should be your least concern. Seriously. It's the biggest concern because you feel like you don't know and haven't trusted him like you did with Stetson Bennett. But to John's point, the O-line is so good. You have maybe the best receiving tight end in the history of college football. Of the school. Yes.
Of the game.
Yes, you're right. And then, Randy, that was John. And then, on top of that, the defense is so I don't know if I'm as worried as other people about this. I think it's all going to fall into place. and he doesn't have to come out and throw for 500 yards, okay?
Nope.
He can just come out. He can have a 175-yard, 2-touchdown kind of day, and I'm still going to feel good. Should it be more? We'll see what the offense dictates. But I think Mike Bobo, and again, I've got to give him an opportunity, okay, to prove himself now that he's back at Georgia. Not what he did with Coach Mark Richt. I don't care. I know that happened. But now he's here, and I got to give him a clean slate and say, I want to see what Mike Bobo looks like, what the offense looks like under Bobo. And I don't think it's going to look that much different, guys, than it did with Todd Monken. Monken came out this week and talked about, how difficult it was to leave Georgia. Bobo was in on all those meetings. They were in game planning together last year. This is not as if he's taken the job and John doesn't have any experience in play calling, but more importantly, understanding what worked for them over the last 2 seasons. So I'm not as down as some people may be, and I don't even know if you are. I'm just saying, loosely, you shouldn't be. Give Bobo a shot, just like you've given all these other assistants a chance to prove themselves.
If Carson Beck walks on the field, and Carson Beck is out there before pregame, and he kind of strolls out towards midfield, and one of the other guys from the other team on the defensive side starts, smack talking to him, Carson, you ain't going to score much in this game. And Carson could just look at him and go, you guys aren't going to score at all, so I'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly right. He, according to Stuart Mandel from The Athletic, looked great in the spring game. We heard that. Mandel said the offense picked up right where it left off against TCU. And remember, he played in that game.
Yep. He's got basically 2 full games. He's played on big stages, even though it wasn't in crunch time. I get that. And there could be that question. How does he handle an end-of-game situation where he's got to drive to put him in a position to win the game? You don't know that till you get there.
We didn't know that about Stetson Bennett.
No, of course not.
My biggest beef, or at least concern for Stetson Bennett, and this is going back to year 1 when they won it, not last year, was can he bring them from behind?
Yeah.
Not a 3-point game. I'm talking about 10 points or more. Can he bring them from behind?
Alabama.
Yes. And when he did it, it was done. There's nothing else to talk about.
Yeah.
And we have to wait to see if Carson Beck's going to be in that situation. Again, that didn't happen for Stetson Bennett until they played Alabama in the SEC championship game. So you have to think about this. It might not happen immediately, but you're hoping that they're building the right way so that if they get into that situation, Beck is going to be able to handle it. And I think he is. I am not concerned about Beck whatsoever as we talk about the Dogs taking on their first opponent. By the way, Turtle, did we see what the number was? Mike and I have been talking about this. The final, what's the spread?
It was unlisted still as of this morning. I'll check
for
again
the
right
UT
now.
Martin Lawrence game?
Yeah.
I'll give you one, okay?
40?
Oh, more.
Come on. It's not going to be more than that.
Yeah.
50?
Yeah, close. I would say probably 48.5.
Yeah, and by the way, if it's not on the board, it wouldn't surprise me.
Because you know how many points the University of Tennessee Martin Lawrence is going to score?
How many?
3, maybe.
You think they kick a field goal?
Maybe.
Yeah.
A fumble and
Martin. You think they kick a field goal?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe.
if they make it.
Okay.
ESPN has it as unlisted. I'm sure if you dig deep enough,
Oh yeah,
Mike Bell, you could find a number for it.
yeah, that's true.
One time I was betting Oklahoma, Kansas was just butt awful, and Oklahoma was number 1. And Craig Sager, being the big Kansas guy he was, because he's from there, and he's like, it's 62.5. They can cover that. And I said, no, they can't. And he says, yes, they can. And I said, they won't cover it 60. And he goes, you're right. I'll bet you $100. So I bet him $100. You know the final score? 63-0.
Was it really?
Hey, Sager, you owe me $100.
Oh, that's funny. 404-726-0929, guys. It is the Dogs in action tomorrow. Georgia Tech tonight against Louisville. A lot going on, and we got some more games to discuss, and we will. All right, your chance to win tickets right now to go see comedian Dion Cole, My New Normal Tour show, Sunday, October 1st at the Coca-Cola Roxy. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. Caller 8 right now is going to win at 404-726-0929. Caller 8 is going to go see comedian Dion Cole. Coming up, we're going to talk to Kevin McGuire about all things that are going on around college football, including today's big news. The ACC adds to the conference. What does it mean? We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We've been talking about all the college football going on this weekend. We haven't spent a lot of time on Sunday's game, and we'll ask our next guest about that big matchup, LSU and Florida State. Kevin McGuire is with us, editor-in-chief of Nittany Lions Wire college football blog. He talks about all things college football, and we'll talk some Big Ten with you here in just a sec. But I did want to get your opinions on that Sunday night matchup with Florida State and LSU. Great matchup last year, went down to the wire. This year it's in Orlando. We got a couple of folks here, including my buddy Mike Bell's going down there, and Big Bo, who runs my board for us. They're headed down there. They're expecting a fun matchup. What do you think about the game?
I think it's going to be a very fun matchup as well. You just said it was a good game last year. Florida State has been getting a lot of hype going into this season. I'm interested to see if they can live up to it. And LSU obviously coming off a really impressive season in their first year under Brian Kelly. And they look like they're going to be a really dangerous team once again this year. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these two do head-to-head. You know, to get the season started, that's a great matchup. And I'm so glad we're going to get it.
Kevin McGuire of the Nittany Lions blog here. Before you say, Kevin, to me, oh, I'm so sorry, because that's what you're about to say. You're about to say, oh, I'm so sorry. You should know that I went to the University of Nebraska.
I'm not going to say sorry at all.
Okay, fine. You be that way. The Big Ten this year, I'm one of the outliers here in looking at Penn State, thinking that, with the running game, with the offensive line, with the playmakers on defense, and with Drew Aller, who I don't think is going to be necessarily a step down from Sean Clifford. Matter of fact, I think he could be actually a little bit better. I look at Penn State and think, that's the team that Michigan and Ohio State ought to be worried about, and not themselves.
Yeah, I mean, those three teams right there, the Big Ten is very likely to come down to one of those three teams. Obviously, Michigan's won it 2 years in a row. Ohio State, that they're pretty much always going to be capable of doing it. But Penn State is a team that has a lot of really good ingredients coming into this season, and that's why they're really optimistic about what's going to happen this year, even with a new starting quarterback in Drew Aller, who I think has a higher ceiling than Sean Clifford. He's got more skill, and he may not be polished right off the bat, but I think he's got a really solid offensive line to protect him. He's got a really good running back duo that he can, kind of take the pressure off of him. If he develops some chemistry with these wide receivers and tight ends, this could be a really good offense. And defensively, Penn State's going to be among the best teams in the Big Ten, and you get all of that on the same page, and all of a sudden, Penn State looks like a team that could very well be in the playoff discussion into November. They got to play at Ohio State in October, and they'll get Michigan at home. And as far as getting to the playoff, as long as you take care of business everywhere else on your schedule, if you can just split with those two games at least, you're going to be in a pretty good spot at the end of the year, I would think.
How good is this Ohio State team going to be? I mean, we keep talking about Michigan. How good is this Ohio State team going to be?
I think Ohio State's going to have a really good year, and I think they're actually my pick to win the Big Ten this year. So I don't think Ohio State, is a team that is, falling off the map just because they lost the last 2 years to Michigan. I think this is a kind of a rebound type of a season for them as far as their standards are concerned. They've got the same thing going on with their quarterback. They've got a new quarterback, a young quarterback in Kyle McCord, who isn't obviously tested or anything, but Ohio State has recruited so well for so long that they're always going to have talent across the board. They've got some of the best wide receivers, not just in the Big Ten, but maybe even the country. So, this is going to be an explosive offense. And the defense let them down at times last year, but I think it'll be a little bit better, and I don't know if they need to improve all that much. So this is going to be a really good Ohio State team.
Well, Marvin Harrison Jr. is
best wide receiver.
Oh,
yeah.
Man, he's better than his dad. Anyway.
That's saying something.
Yeah. He could be the number 2 pick in the draft. Number 2 overall. And that for a reason, a wide receiver, because he's that good. He walks in as a Pro Bowl wide receiver. Instant. Kevin McGuire. Kevin, the Blue Bloods, I went to one, you cover one. Do we have to start looking at Florida and saying that's a Blue Blood program that's in serious trouble?
Yeah, last night did not go so well. And that's putting it nicely. Utah just kind of abused them from start to finish. And I wasn't necessarily surprised by Utah. I think Utah's a really solid program, and that's just what they do. That's their style. But even with a backup quarterback, but I was a little surprised at how little we saw out of Florida in that effort. And so Florida looking around just in their conference, just in their own division. Obviously, you've got Georgia, Tennessee coming off a really good year. We just talked about LSU. Alabama is always going to be Alabama. So, yeah, Florida's got some work to do. And that's why this is going to be a real tough season. I saw some predictions saying that this could be one of the worst teams in the SEC. I didn't necessarily buy it, but now after watching last night, I don't know what their ceiling is going to be. This is going to be a really rough year for them, I think.
We're talking college football, guys. Lots of games and action to look forward to over the next few days for Labor Day weekend. As we take a look at some of these matchups and, some of the surprise teams that we might be talking about when the season is over as well. Do you put as much stock into these kickoff games? Like tonight here in town, Georgia Tech's taking on Louisville, right? And if Georgia Tech gets off to a good start, a lot of people say, okay, I don't think there's expectations for them to win a national championship. But these kickoff games, they put a little bit of a bigger picture on some of the teams that we're focusing on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some teams probably benefit from this kind of exposure and stage more so than some other programs. But like I said, Georgia Tech and Louisville, you get two teams like that. They could use this kind of atmosphere and use this type of environment to kind of kickstart what could be a positive season. And then if you come out and lay a dud, all of a sudden you're back to the drawing board, and it's disappointing. But I do like these kickoff games. I've always liked them. I've liked them back in the old days of the Kickoff Classic up in the Meadowlands. You had the Pigskin Classic for a while, and I love these neutral site games to open up this season. And I don't want to see less of them. I love these matchups, and I love the fact that these continue to be a mainstay to help kick off the season. Even if you're going to extend it over the course of the next few days, I'm all for it. So, yeah, I think these are great opportunities to kind of play in more heightened exposure, more anticipation, more excitement. Some of them can be like a bowl game atmosphere. And let's face it, if you're not going to go bowl game at the end of the year, why not have that kind of environment to start off the season?
All right, Kevin, I want to expand a conversation, all right? I'm going to make a point here. The 90 time of the game, I've been leading kind of a little charge here. I am so unhappy anymore with Indianapolis, with the NCAA. This thing about Mason Smith and autographs and taking the first team All-American defensive tackle out of this game because pre-NIL, he made a couple of bucks, without blanket immunity. And then you got Jim Harbaugh going scorched earth up there in Michigan. Not that it matters that he's not going to be there for 3 games considering they're playing nobody. But still, do you see, Kevin, a point where with all this consolidation, all this growth, that the SEC and the Big Ten are going to sit down and say, look, enough of this. We're going to form a college football alliance of some sort and break away from the NCAA?
I definitely feel like we've been getting closer and closer to that point. Obviously next year when the SEC and the Big Ten do their next round of expansions to get up to as many members as they have, we're getting to that point where it's not just a possibility; it's going to be a likelihood, and it's just a matter of when, not if. I think so. At least as far as football is concerned, I don't know what happens in the other sports. I don't really care what happens in the other sports, but as far as the football, level of integrity and laws and rules and all that stuff, the NCAA has long lost control. There's really no putting the toothpaste back in the tube, as they say, at this point. And they're trying to play catch up, but you can't do that with some of these rules and regulations that they have, especially at NIL. I don't know where you go from here because I don't know what the next step is. I mean, do the Big Ten and the SEC have to come together and form a new organization?
Yes.
Maybe that's the case.
Yeah,
or, there's some kind of alliance.
Right, yes, and put Greg Sankey, the SEC, in charge of it, yes.
Honestly, I'm okay with it because I think the Big Ten and SEC have kind of built themselves up to be on that kind of possibility. So I'm all for it. I don't care who's in charge. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, and if they want to invite a few other people in, and then they want to realign again and go to look, we're going to get 60 teams in here. We're going to create a television package that's for the 60 teams. I mean, basically, you're going to get rid of the SEC and the Big Ten. I'm okay with that at this point because, I mean, it is ridiculous to say that, that USC and UCLA and Oregon and Washington are Big Ten teams as much as Rutgers and Maryland. This Cal, Stanford, SMU thing, it strikes me that the ACC, Kevin, is desperate. Desperate.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. As long as this story's been going on, I just continue to roll my eyes at this because it just doesn't make sense to me. And I guess it's kind of weird to say because, when have a lot of these expansion moves made a whole lot of sense? Probably more so in the Big Ten than you've had in the SEC, where at least you're somewhat regional and they make a little bit more sense. But yeah, I mean, when the Big Ten made their moves, it was clear this is always going to be about TV markets. That's the biggest reason for the Big Ten expansion moves since Rutgers, Maryland, obviously going back to Nebraska. Every move's been about TV markets, and that's why I think the Big Ten is looking at the bigger picture further down the road, like we were just discussing. So it is kind of weird that Oregon and Washington are going to play conference games against Rutgers and Maryland in the near future. It's going to take some getting used to, but I think that's just the reality of the situation and where we are right now.
Kevin, great stuff, man. We appreciate you stopping by. Enjoy the football over the weekend. We'll talk soon.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Kevin McGuire, again, editor-in-chief of Nittany Lion Wire, college football blog, talking all things college football.
You cool with that, the idea the SEC and the Big Ten grab another 15, 20 teams and just form their own league?
Well, I think
60 teams or so.
Yeah, and you're right about Greg Sankey. He's the most powerful guy in college football.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and I don't think that there would be anything wrong because you need people in charge. I've said this. Schools and institutions, all right, are not going to punish themselves. You need a system in place where you do have rules, regulations, guardrails, whatever. But yes, to answer your question, I do think that's where we're headed. I mean, the ACC today is making sure they're not going to fall off the wagon by adding these schools, whether you think they're valuable or not. It's about members. And now they will have 18 come 2024. All right, we're coming back. It's a disgusting stench that is keeping tourists away. And I want to know how much of it Atlanta is getting in. We'll talk about it next.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Lord, have mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Welcome to Atlanta.
Yeah, boy!
We should just replay Yeah Man.
No doubt, right. Chris and his dating issues. It's Dukes and Bell. John Freaky's in from Mike. And if you missed that, you can go back and rewind it on Odyssey.com, and Chris will tell you he's going on a date next week, and he wanted the advice of where should he take or at least meet this particular date. Well, listen, I think it's cool because
you're going to get advice.
Well, you think you know it all, and there are a lot of people out here that have experienced things that you haven't, and they've done things, and some people have had like amazing first dates or whatever. Hey, okay, tell me what you're thinking. So Turtle, I hope you get some more great suggestions outside of what John and I gave you, because we are the kings.
Yeah, well, no, I just told him, really, I started to think about it. Really, the best advice that I told Turtle was, you go to a Manuel's or a Taco Mac and say, look, let's start at, okay?
Yeah.
So we're just starting. We're not going there. Let's start at and then decide where we want to go, because then you go have a drink, and if you're thinking it's not going to go nowhere, then you just, it's either going to end here or it's just, no, it ain't going nowhere else. Or if it's going really well, okay, maybe you just up to Veni Vidi Vici or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah. What if she's like, I want another beer? Then what happens?
I'm getting her another beer.
Okay.
But if she says it in that voice, I'm going to say,
I need another one. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Get my bud here a beer.
Let me ask you this, because this is something that's going on in our city. It is not legal, but it is happening. And apparently it's happening so much in New York City that it's keeping tourists away. And I'm talking about the stench of marijuana. This is a real story. And the U.S. Open is going on as we speak.
Right.
And some of the tennis players were saying they have been distracted by the smell. And then in the post-match press conference, they were asked, well, what were you smelling? And they were like, well, I don't know, but it was really distracting. And somebody said, it's weed. So this is going on, and apparently New York City is dealing with this because it doesn't matter where you go. They say all 5 boroughs are dealing with this. It's not legal. Again, there are stores that have popped up, but in other states where it is. In Colorado, I might expect this, okay? Oregon, where it's legal, I might expect this. But this is going on, and Mike and I have had this conversation, and I'm just curious. Do you smell weed in the air in Atlanta? Is it that potent? Is it going on that much?
The last time I smelled weed in Atlanta was at a Jimmy Buffett concert. All right. I mean,
not that you
well, as far as you know, concert went.
You didn't.
Really
You didn't partake in that.
It was a really slow concert.
Yeah,
it was like the long.
I bet it was. I bet it was. Turtle, you walk home every day. You live in Midtown.
I do.
Is this smell thing real? Is this going on in Midtown that much?
Oh, Carl, is the sky blue?
Is it?
Does the day end in white?
Is it?
Come on, man.
It's going on that much?
Yes, every 5 feet.
Do we have like the old New York, dude on the corner, tapping his finger, smoke a toke, smoke a toke? Do we have that dude?
No, but we have regular, ordinary Jims and Joes and Debbies, and they're all doing it, man. It's as common. I would actually say now way more common than tobacco.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. I don't know. I'm with John on this. When I'm out and about, and I've been for example, went to the Beyonce concert, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was in the air.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
It was in the air.
Yeah.
When I'm out at public events and I'm there, and I'm just in the crowd. I'm not anybody. All right, I'm not the guy that talks through your radio every day. I got to tell you, I've sensed that it's more prevalent.
I just wouldn't have expected it at the U.S. Open.
Well, that's the thing.
Man, no, you know what? That those tennis players look really.
Somebody's really high.
It's not mushrooms, John. It's just a little weed, man.
So I don't know. Atlanta, you guys tell us, man. Hit us up on social media. Put them up. See Dukes and Bell 929. I'm just curious about this. And maybe, listen, I don't want to say I'm naive because to Turtle's point, we know what's going on. But New York is like, we got a problem.
Well,
like this is everywhere, and it's in the air.
If you lived in New York, would you get stoned? You live in New York.
Of course you would, right?
That's what I'm saying.
This rent is driving me crazy. You guys can hit us up 404-726-0929 on the Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Mike did a video probably about a month or so ago, and he was on his way home, and he had the top down, and he was like, dude, he texted me. He was like, you're not going to believe how much weed I'm smoking. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, I'm on my way home. And so he made this video. And, it got thousands of views, but apparently, people were like, yeah, it's real.
Yeah, okay. All right.
While you're driving and what's going on. I'm just curious, John.
I am not really sure that I'm
How much weed did you do back in the day?
I mean...
What?
Did I
say it?
Did I have ZZ Top papers? Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, did I have packs of ZZ Tops? Yes.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Did I have a little roller? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Did I have some gold and silver screens? Yeah.
I love your honesty. That's what I'm talking about.
Were you picking out seeds and stems, or did you get the good stuff?
No. You get that. Well, it was $10 back then. It's probably $100 now. You get the bag, and then you would take an album cover. I can't believe I'm too. And you dump it out on the album cover, and then you would take like a some kind of a straight edge, and you would so that I'm probably going too far.
No. I mean, listen, there is no the limits of what's it called?
Statute of limitations.
Statute of limitations. It's gone.
Okay, it's gone.
Yeah, what are they going to do? You did this in '78. We're coming to get you.
Yeah, it was probably closer to 80. But the point is that what they've got now, though, I understand, is about 1,000 times more potent than what we were doing.
Well,
because we were like, oh, it's Columbia Gold, and now they've got stuff like Columbia Gold. Piker.
So I will tell you this. This was my last experience. Was out in Las Vegas. And I go to one of these dispensaries with my friend because he's like, you're not going to believe this. And I said, what do you mean? He's like, just wait. So we get there, check your ID, right? And there's a line. And I'm like, well, why is there a line if I can go in and see what's going on? He's like, they only let a certain amount of people in the store at the same time. I'm like, okay. Security up the yin-yang, okay? I'm serious. Like you would have thought they had been robbed. If not, they were going to get robbed. Security outside, inside, toting guns. I'm like, what is the deal? They're pretty serious about, people ripping them off and coming in. And so there's only about 3 to 5 people in the store. This store is huge. Go in. It's like there were iPads with the pictures and descriptions of what you were going to get and what it was going to potentially do. You wanted to be sleepy? You wanted to be up all day? You want to be in chill mode? It was unbelievable. And I'm sitting there, and I'm nervous, okay, because my entire life has been, we can't do this, okay? I'm not supposed to be in a store where it's legal. I'm like, I'm getting up out of here. He's like, what are you worried about? I'm like, no, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it's the first time you were in a bar when you were 18.
It felt weird, right? So the lady comes over. She goes, hi, how can I do? And they got edibles. They got everything. To your point about all the different strands, and they're growing all different kinds of stuff. This store was technically one of the coolest stores I'd ever been in. You're not looking at the product. You're looking like at an iPad, what this looks like, and then they're going to go back in the safe.
Yeah, in the safe.
And go get it. And so I'm sitting there, and we're talking to her, and she's just, so knowledgeable. Oh, well, this is such and such. Oh, and this is Mike Tyson's. And, this is Willie Nelson's. And I'm like.
I'm never smoking weed with Willie again.
It was unreal, John. But I only say that to say where that is compared to, do you know somebody? It's completely different.
Right.
Right. So, guy hits me up. He says, Dukes, I smell it on 75 every day.
Get out.
Yeah.
All right. I just haven't. But then again, the circles I run in are my wife and my cat.
Brad says 5:30 a.m. once you get to Stonecrest Mall and do I-20 traffic in Atlanta, it smells like Bob Marley concerts.
Yeah, Stonecrest. I know that area. I know. Man, when I was off Panola Road there back in the day, yeah.
Val says, just got back from Brooklyn last week, and the weed smell in Atlanta is at the same level as it is in Brooklyn.
Oh, okay. Hey, people are having a good time. Just don't drive, okay?
Wow.
That's all I'm saying.
Kevin says, I kid you not, turned into the parking lot, the cab. As you're talking about it, the smell hit me. Okay. That's why I'm asking this question.
It's fine, yeah.
All right, man. We're coming back. We're going to talk some Falcons.
I mean, enjoy your Labor Day. Just if you're going to partake, don't drive.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
That's all.
I totally agree with you. We're gonna find out.
Don't go on Lake Lanier.
Stop it. What the expectations are for the Falcons O-line when we come back on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Whoa, guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. Today, John Fricke's in for Mike. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Thank you, John. Say it with your chest.
Well, it's not just 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on Friday. It's not just 5 o'clock on Friday. It's 5 o'clock on Friday of a holiday weekend. It's not just 5 o'clock on Friday of a holiday weekend. It's 5 o'clock Friday on a holiday weekend of college football.
Exciting. I'm super
like a
stoked.
quadruple win.
It is, man. Games tonight, games all day tomorrow. We got games Sunday. Actually, the big game I think that a lot of people will be watching, LSU taking on Florida State, two ranked teams to start the season. And then Monday, we got college football.
Yeah, man, we got Braves and Dodgers.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I just want the respect to be paid to Ronald Acuna that's deserving. Guys, last night, if you missed it for whatever reason, maybe you had a hard day, maybe you've been drinking this afternoon, Ronald Acuna is now in a very elite class. As a matter of fact, he's sitting by himself. No one has ever done what Ronald Acuna has achieved. But yet, he's not getting the love and the respect that I think he deserves. Acuna for life. You know, I've been backing this guy since 2018, telling you guys he's the most electric player, exciting guy in baseball, and everybody wanted to tell me it was Juan Soto. It's not.
Oh, I forgot about that name.
It's not, okay? It is Ronald Acuna. And what he did last night, hitting that grand slam, putting us up, that moment where you go, he is that dude. He's been the best player all season long, John, and we're going to talk Falcons, but I just got to tell you, it's bugging me. I'm hearing all this stuff. Oh, here comes Mookie Betts. He's had a couple of good weeks. Acuna's had a great season, and now to be 30, and what's the number? 62?
62.
62 stolen bases and 30 home runs. No one's ever done this. Why are we not having him on every cover of every magazine, digitally, across the board? And why is he not being covered properly? When everybody else around the country has their star do something, he's all over the place. We're fighting for attention for a guy who's doing something historic.
So in about 10 years, you say to Ronald, hey, Ronald, what does the date August 31st, 2023 mean to you? You know, and he goes, well, let's see, 30-60, I hit a grand slam. I looked at Freddie sideways. Didn't you get married that day? Yeah, by that too. But the Freddie thing, what's the more indelible picture for Ronald Acuna? Running toward first base with Freddie or saying I do? I don't know.
The Freddie close-up was unbelievable.
You don't wear earrings. You have your hair a certain length.
Yeah, Freddie said that a couple of years ago when he got out to L.A. in an interview. A guy asked me, he said, Dukes, where'd you guys get that? I said, that's Freddie. We're not making it. This is not AI. Freddie said this in an interview when asked about Ronald Acuna and the friction that they had when he was here. And he owned it. And he was like, yeah, there are things you don't do. We don't do this. And like, who cares?
You don't cover the A with sunglasses.
Oh, come on. All I want to do is win. Can I win championships? Can we become the dominant city, John, that we've talked about, you and I, for years? That's all I care about. I don't care about how long a guy's hair is, what his mustache looks like, how much chest hair he has. I don't care.
I think Alex Anthopoulos has an organizational rule. And his organizational rule is win World Series rings. I think that's it. I think it's pretty much it. Nothing else. Where are the rules there, Alex? Well, right here it says organizational rules, win World Series. What else? No, that's it.
That's it. That's all that matters.
Organizational rules.
What about cutting your hair? No, it doesn't say cut your hair.
This soundbite will live forever. I mean, he's talking about stuff that just doesn't matter.
Below that, is there anything? Well, you know, if you go 30-60 and do something nobody else has done, that would be a good rule to have.
And listen, Freddie's a great player. We know that. Okay.
And he's beloved as a Brave.
But this was dumb. This was silly.
And the look on his face. Oh, my gosh. If you haven't seen it, you've got to. Dukes, can we tweet that out?
That picture, the close-up.
Yeah, we got to do
Freddie's
that. Yeah, but tweet it out and tag me on it, okay?
Right, I got you.
Because if you haven't seen the slow-mo video of Freddie turning and crossing his arms and looking up in the sky as this thing, arced into the night air towards downtown Los Angeles for a 4-run home run, was like, organizational rules hype, like, oh my God.
Yeah, it was going through his head. 404-726-0929. Braves win last night. We're going to talk with Grant McCauley. Tonight it's Freed. Listen, he's living up to all these moments. And for Mookie Betts, who's a really good player, I don't want to hear about it. I'm sorry. This whole thing, well, he's had a really good month. I don't care. You know who's had a good April, May, June, July, August? Ronald Acuna Jr.
If he'd only caught that ball last night out right, and he missed it, he was off by about a half a foot.
He was.
If he takes that 3-run home run away from him,
steals the homer.
Yeah, and again, if you watch SportsCenter this morning, because the game didn't end until 1 in the morning or 1:15 or whatever it was, and you got up, the highlight package you saw on SportsCenter was Braves and Dodgers first game of a huge series. There's an Acuna home run. Mookie, there's Freddie. Oh, and the Braves won the game. It was nothing, but you would have thought the Dodgers won 15-4. It was like, oh my God, really?
Don't we kind of want this though?
No, I want our guy to get the love and respect he deserves while we're in the moment.
Under the radar, between the shadows.
No. He is not an under the radar guy. Okay.
And by the way, he pimped that last night.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, he was like,
he's not an under the radar. That's what I think Freddie didn't like about him was he's not an under the radar guy. He's a bright shining star guy.
There you go.
To the national media.
Yeah, but he's like Trey. He wants the big stage. He's a big stage guy.
Yes, I agree with you, John. And I think that was
probably... And he relishes and loves it.
Well, those are the guys we love, though.
Right.
That's why I love a Ronald Acuna, because he doesn't shy away from it. I mean, let's go back when the Dodgers beat us, okay? Or should I say, what was that? 2019,
2020 in the 3-1 in Texas in the COVID. Yeah, 2020.
Yeah, but even before that, when he hit the grand slam here.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he lives for these moments. Right. There are guys, and again, we don't win a World Series without Freddie. And again, some people are like, oh, you're hating Freddie. I'm not hating Freddie. What Freddie said when it came to this was silly.
You don't wear earrings. You have your hair a certain length.
Because at the end of the day, all of that stuff doesn't matter.
No, of course not.
And Ronald Acuna is bowling out, and nobody cares.
How much is his chain worth? The 13 chain is like $800,000 or something like that.
And that
I'm surprised he didn't wear it.
The chain is dope.
Yeah, he didn't wear it at the wedding. I was sort of surprised. He didn't get married in it.
All right. We want to hear from you. All right. 404-726-0929. Coming up, we're going to have some fun with Turtle. We'll play a game coming up, and also Braves with Grant McCauley. We got to talk Falcons here because I just want to get your expectations for this O-line. We now know what it looks like. Matthew Bergeron, left guard. Guys, Monday, okay, I know, like, we're going to get through this weekend, and I said this, but, like, it's game week. It's go time.
Oh, it's go time.
Okay? All the prep and all the stuff, and we're putting the game plan in. We're getting ready for Carolina, and do you want to say it with me? We can't lose Week 1 to Carolina. With that said, what are the expectations of this Falcons offensive line?
Well, my expectations are, we have to make one presumption here, and that is that they stay healthy. In 2016, that offensive line from Schrader to Matthews, that offensive line with Alex Mack and everybody else, started every game, played every down. And if they can stay healthy, my expectation is they're going to be one of the top 5 offensive lines in the NFL. They will lead the NFL in rushing this year. And so I have high expectations that Bergeron, from everything I've seen and all the reports and everything I've kind of eyeballed here, looks like he's going to be the final solution for us. And as he goes on through the year, he might be an all-rookie selection, at a position where we have had nothing but sieves and hole and pus and everything else for the last 5 years.
That was disgusting.
But true. So no, I'm very hopeful. I think this line, McGarry came out and showed me a lot last year. I was really impressed. And you got to that's why Fitzpatrick's on this team for a reason.
Yeah.
To help McGarry a little bit in pass pro. But no, from a run blocking standpoint, the right side of the line is nails. And now if you can get that to go on the other side of the line and balance that out, I have really, because I think by and large, I think it's true in college football. I think it's true in the NFL. If you have a great, and I mean a great offensive line, you win lots of games.
That's what's happened with Georgia, right?
Right.
I mean,
it's the untold story.
It is.
If they talk about the defense, they talk about the quarterbacks, running back. No. Great offensive line.
The crazy thing is, John, over the last few years, as we've talked about this team and the development of whether they've done right or spent their money on the right positions on the offensive line, it's kind of come together. And you know, for all of the Dimitroff fuss, two of these guys they drafted, right? Two of these guys in Lindstrom, okay? Hennessy was also a Dimitroff. I'm just saying.
Well, they drafted everybody but Matthews.
They didn't get – well, no. I'm talking about when Thomas Dimitroff was the general manager.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Saying,
and McGarry.
Yeah, correct. Like,
yeah.
They ended up getting a lot of this right. They're not here to see it play out, but they were attempting to try to do this.
Oh, he was a boomer bust guy. I mean, he got Julio, he got Matt.
That's the thing.
I mean, he got a lot of great players, but he also the 2017 draft is like the worst draft you've ever seen in your entire life, and it set this franchise back. It was god awful.
Well, most of those guys are not even in the league anymore.
Well, they weren't even in the league at year 2.
But the thing is, it's fixed. So we cannot complain about this offensive line being a weak spot. As a matter of fact, it's a strength. It's one of our strengths going into the season. You don't come out of last season with all these guys coming back. You're adding basically one guy who we think is a road grader and say we're not going to be able to run the football the way we did last year when you were third in the league. This is a strength of our football, one of the strengths of our football team. Now they have to go out and prove that. And week 1 against Carolina's front seven is going to be a test.
Yeah, against Brown and Burns and those guys,
That's
you
right.
bet.
That's right. 404-726-0929. We got plenty more to get to. We're going to play a game with Turtle. A fun game. Name that NFL rookie season. It's next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
We're going to talk some Braves coming up in about 10 minutes with Grant McCauley. Also, we will get back into some college football conversation. Georgia Tech getting ready to play their first game tonight against Louisville down at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. John and I were talking a little bit about this earlier, but we're going to have some fun. Going into the weekend, we are going to play a game. Would you play a game? Yes. And this game is going to be fun. Why? Because sports related.
Was that what? Do you want to play? Is that like a War Games reference?
Yes,
That's from Saw.
Yeah. That's right. Would you like to play a game? So, Turtle, what have you put together for us, and what are we doing?
Okay, so with Bijan Robinson set to make his debut next weekend.
The most electric player in the league this season.
Carl's all, we got to win. Got to beat Carolina.
Well, you do. I mean, for 1,000 reasons.
Am I wrong?
Well, go down the list. You got to win your opener. It's a division game. It's, I guess, a rival. It's a conference game. You're playing a rookie quarterback and a new first-year coach.
Keep going.
You know, you haven't been over 500 at any point in the season in 6 calendar years.
Keep going.
Revamp defense.
Well, not only that, but you're talking about selling PSLs, getting people excited about the Atlanta Falcons, and yes, you could look back at the end of the year and say you didn't win that game. That's what cost you the playoffs.
Confidence in Ritter.
You don't have any more fingers left.
I know I'm running out.
This is why.
That is how important this game is.
We cannot lose in Week 1 to Carolina. All right, what's the game?
So what I did was, what had happened was, I took a bunch of NFL players that you would know, and I looked at their rookie seasons, and I made clues based on their rookie season. So I'm going to go down the list here, and if you know it, raise your hand or say your name, since we're on an audio medium, and I will call on you, and you will get to guess. The person who has the most at the end of the round is the winner.
So now, these are rookie seasons.
These are rookie season stats.
All right.
And
this might actually be kind of up Carl's alley, because remember when I was here that week and we filled in and we played all the games?
Yeah. John took him to the woodshed.
And I took you to the woodshed. I mean, I smoked you.
Wait a minute.
Dude, you didn't win a game.
I don't remember it like that.
Oh, I do. You didn't win a game. You
tied once, and there was...
You know what? Nobody asked you guys. Why y'all talking about old stuff?
All right.
But this is going to be up Carl's... this is right up his alley.
Yeah, whatever. Let's see.
All right, here we go. I rushed for 10 touchdowns in my rookie season in 2001. I accumulated nearly 1,600 total yards between the air and the ground. My team went from 1-15 to 5-11, and we missed the playoffs. John.
LaDainian Thomas.
That is correct. Good job. Now, Carl.
Why y'all looking at me?
I'm noticing a trend here.
No, I listen. It was right on the tip of my tongue.
He can go first.
A disturbing. That's not how it works. He's got to have a guess.
To be quite honest with you, when you said 10 touchdowns, I was not thinking LT. I thought he had more than that his rookie season. That's interesting.
Yeah. The last clue was going to be my college team got squashed by the Dogs en route to a title last season.
San Diego State.
TCU.
No, TCU.
Oh, I'm sorry, TCU. I'm thinking of.
He played for the San Diego Chargers.
No, I'm thinking of Marshall Faulk. My bad. Go for it.
Okay, here we go. In 2004, I started 13 games as a rookie under center. I threw for nearly 3,000 yards, but I had 18 touchdowns and 18 interceptions. My team was 8-8 under my coach, who was there for my entire tenure. John, you gonna waste it? We got one more clue.
I'm gonna waste it here.
Okay.
You're Tom Brady.
No, that is incorrect. So, Carl, I will give you the last clue, and then you get to guess.
Yeah, and you said 2004. So
yeah, that's why I said it's not Brady.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was drafted from the same school as this year's presumptive #1 pick.
Oh wow. So that is Alabama. That is.
I know the answer now.
Well, now you do.
I'm going to say Matt Leinart.
Well,
you were close.
Carson Palmer.
Carson Palmer.
Oh!
Would be the answer there.
Okay.
Yeah. You were so close, Carl.
All right. I was going to say Matt Leinart. That's a good question.
By the way,
like
have you seen the Matt Leinart Caleb Williams commercial?
No, is it funny?
Yeah, it's pretty cute. I mean, because the kid's all excited, the Wendy's commercial, and Matt Leinart sits down and he goes, "Who are you?"
That's good. It's good.
You know, Matt Leinart did a viral video, I think it was last year, where he walked around the USC campus asking kids who their favorite USC athlete is of all time.
Nobody named him?
A bunch of them named him and didn't recognize him.
Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
It was great. It was hysterical. All right. 1-0 John.
Whatever.
Carl.
Whatever.
Here we go. In 2011, I started all 16 games.
I know this one.
And recorded 5.5 sacks. We went 10-6 my rookie season, and we even won a wild card game. My rookie year coach's father is more famous than he was.
My rookie year
coach's father is more famous than he was. My college team got the hottest coach on the market.
2011?
Go through them real quick one more time. 2011, started all 16 games, 5.5 sacks.
Screaming at us, you know that.
We went 10-6 my rookie season, won a wild card game. My rookie year coach's father is more famous than he was. My college team got the hottest coach on the market.
2011?
We're going to go 10 seconds because we're going to be pressed for time.
All right, I pass.
Okay, come on, Carl.
Yeah, dude.
5.
The clues are
4,
that clue is throwing me off.
3.
I don't know.
2.
I don't know.
Somebody screaming at us.
J.J. Watt.
Give me the clue. Give me the clues.
Okay, in 2011, started all 16 games, 5.5 sacks.
Fair.
Went 10-6 my rookie season, won a wild card game. My rookie year coach's father, Wade Phillips, is more famous than he was.
That's the one I didn't get.
Bum Phillips.
Yep, didn't
would
get
be
that
the
one.
clue there.
Okay.
My college team got the hottest coach on the market. That would be Luke Fickell.
Oh, this year I was okay. Never mind.
See, and I thought he was talking about 2011.
Yeah.
That his college team got.
That's okay.
That's good. Okay, let's go. Let's keep going. I like this.
It's all in the details.
Yeah.
Boys.
Name that rookie season, right?
All right. I started all 16 games in my rookie year. I threw 16 touchdowns and 11 interceptions. My team was successful, going 11-5. I threw for nearly 3,500 yards, but you wouldn't catch me scrambling. Carl?
Did you give a year? You did not.
Not yet.
I'm going to say Matt Ryan.
You would be correct, my friends. Hey,
how
how
about that?
Good one.
Matt Ryan, baby.
We got ourselves a tie ball game, ladies and gentlemen. My college team hasn't been relevant since I left in 2007.
Oh, stop with the Nebraska stuff, okay?
That would have been no. That was the last clue for Matt Ryan that I would have given.
That's true.
My college team hasn't been relevant since I left in 2007.
That's true.
All right, this one's for Fricky. In 1970, I only started 8 games my rookie year with a record of 3-5. I led the league in interceptions with 24 and only 6 touchdowns. We wound up winning only 5 games that year, but an improvement from 1-13 the year before. And in 1969, I won the Gulf State Conference, but lost in the Grantland Rice Bowl.
You are Terry Bradshaw.
That is correct.
Good call.
2-1. Fricky, here we go. Can
Good call.
Carl tie it up? Can we actually have another tie? I don't know. Or is Carl going to lose once again?
Wait a minute. Come on.
I got one more.
Keep the L word out of your mouth when it comes to me.
In 2007, I started only 10 games, but had nearly 800 yards receiving and 4 touchdowns. We went 7-9 in my rookie year, and we're not going to talk about what happened in my sophomore campaign. My quarterback was replaced by a damn good dog. My college team has a big game very, very soon.
Replaced by a dog? How could that be?
2007, started 10 games, 800 yards receiving, 4 touchdowns. We went 7-9 my rookie year. Let's not talk about what happened in my sophomore campaign.
Oh, he blew out his knee.
My quarterback was replaced by a damn good dog. My college team has a big game very, very soon.
I'm thinking running back here.
I said 800 yards receiving and 4 touchdowns.
Then that's it. Now, I was thinking running back. That blew that one.
All right, we got a break, so 10 seconds here.
You have a clue?
9,
You have an idea?
8, 7,
Ochocinco.
6. Incorrect. Carl, you could throw something out there.
For what? I want to be right. I don't want to be wrong.
AB, say something. Say something.
3, 2.
I have no clue.
1. The answer, Calvin Johnson.
Oh, come on. Those were the clues?
No kidding.
Those were the clues.
How about my nickname is Megatron?
Yeah, because those are the clues. My college team has a big game very, very soon, as in tonight.
Well, you should have said tonight.
My quarterback was replaced by a damn good dog,
You said
Matthew
big game.
Stafford.
I'm sorry.
Those are good clues.
I'm thinking big game. LSU, Florida State. I'm
Those are
thinking,
good clues.
I mean, but I didn't have Georgia Tech. I mean, it's important to us.
No.
Big game.
Yeah, but he's right. All right, Turtle, good job,
I know,
man.
it was a good job.
That's
You lost
fi-
again,
that's
by
fine.
the way.
I'm sorry?
You lost again.
I don't remember it that way.
Yep.
Hey,
All right,
coming up.
Next time Fricky's in, we'll do it again.
We're going to talk to Grant McCauley. We'll talk some Braves next.
We're going to get going. Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We've never seen this before. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Freaky in for Mike. Our buddy Grant McCauley is here, Braves insider, covers MLB for us. And Grant, how exciting is it to be a part of this? Like, as Braves fans, right, Braves country, to witness something that hasn't happened before with Ronald Acuna. I think it's the coolest thing that we've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the guy who can show you those kinds of things. It takes a special talent to get it done, and I think we all know that Ronald Acuna Jr. is just that. And, you know, I was working on an article a little bit earlier today for the Marietta Daily Journal, which is out now, about what it is that Ronald has managed to do in such a short amount of time, that his greatness extends, and this season that he's putting together extends beyond just home runs and stolen bases. It is the elevation of his entire game, the confidence and the energy in which he is playing with, and the fact that he just seems to be doing the things that we all envisioned for him prior to the knee injury in 2021. It's just been it's more than a return to form. It's been a new level of production. So I think as far as special goes, that's a word you could easily use to describe Ronald Acuna Jr. in general. But what he did last night, you think about over 150 years of baseball history, nobody had been able to do 30 homers and 60 steals in the same season. Not Ricky Henderson, not Barry Bonds, not Mike Trout. Nobody had been able to do this. And, you know, that is, I just think, one of the many distinctions that Ronald Acuna Jr. has carved out for himself in this season, with a whole nother month to add to this thing. So what level could he reach next? And that, I think, is also exciting when you think about Ronald Acuna Jr.
How about if I turned on Mike? Braves and Dodgers tonight, game 2 of this series with Max Fried on the mound. Hey, do I get a sense here? You know, in watching that game last night, you know, and the much talked about Freddie thing that we can get into a little bit later on, Grant, that if you go back to the COVID, 3-1 NLCS that the Dodgers rallied from, or to Eddie Rosario, or to now, and of course Freddie being traded over there, or signing as a free agent. But you know, these two teams, this isn't so much about the number 1 seed. This is about, I think they don't like each other. I think this is actually kind of a thing now between these two.
No, I think it's a rivalry for sure. I mean, they don't see each other enough for it to get, you know, the over, you know, I don't know what you call it, maybe oversaturated nature of a lot of rivalries. I mean, when we had 19 divisional games, so you knew that the Red Sox and the Yankees were going to play each other all those times, everybody would talk about that one. Cubs and Cardinals, you know, Dodgers and Giants. I don't know that the Braves have one true, a particular adversary that I look at. A lot of people point to the Mets. Personally, growing up, I feel like the Phillies are more so that. There was a little period of time where it was the Nationals. But, you know, when it comes to winning on the biggest stage and, you know, doing the things that both of these clubs want to do by season's end, it seems like they're on a collision course. And this is the case with two clubs that have met 3 times in the last 5 Octobers. I mean, flash back to Ronald Acuna Jr.'s Grand Slam is one of those moments where the Braves didn't advance beyond the Dodgers in the NLDS in 2018, but they kind of served notice that they had built something special and that there was more to come. And I feel like Ronald was on the forefront of that. Clearly, the 2020 season, I mean, that was one that has a whole bunch of different offshoots, the 60 games, you know, the nature of that, and you know, what would this have looked like under normal circumstances? We'll never know. But tip your cap to the Dodgers. They won that series. They won the World Series. Good for them. The Braves got the ultimate in payback because they got to punch their ticket to the World Series by sending the Dodgers home the next year and winning it all. So there's a lot tied up into all of this, from the Freddie Freeman aspect to, at one point, I was watching Shelby Miller pitch with Jason Hayward in the outfield, Freddie Freeman at first base. I mean, it's pretty crazy when you think about some of the, you know, the Braves West that has been built out there, and I don't think that's a mistake. And then Alex Anthopoulos, prior to taking the Braves general manager and president of baseball operations job, well, he was working in the Dodgers front office. So there are a lot of connective tissues between these two teams.
We're talking with Grant McCauley, guys. Braves back in action tonight. Again, last night, it had all the makings. I mean, it felt like a big game, a big series. Yeah. And this is what we can expect when you get two teams that are fairly equal when you talk about a talent standpoint. What about the bullpen? Iglesias came in last night. Big moment, man. I mean, you know, whatever confidence that you might have lacked in having in him, it should be gone, right, Grant?
I mean, this is 2 months of just, exactly what you want out of your closer, scoreless appearances, and he hasn't been coming in and letting two guys get on every single time. That did happen last night. He had that walk. He gave up the opposite field hit that, foot here, foot there. Maybe you're talking about a double play, and that ending's a little bit easier for him, but it wasn't, what he wanted. But when you have to dig down and make those pitches and do the things that, closers are required to do, Raisel Iglesias has been doing that job for the Braves this year. He has 2 blown saves in 29 attempts or 29 opportunities to save games. So you're not looking at one of those things that we even saw a year ago with Kenley Jansen, who has had a great career as a closer, but it was 5, 6, 7 blown saves by the closer. That, knock on wood, has not been part of Iglesias' game this year. So, putting that aside, I think that the bullpen, it's going to have its hiccups from time to time. I actually thought Joe Jimenez looked pretty good when he came in, but he hung some sliders. He decided to go first pitch fastball to Mookie Betts. That, as Thanos would say, was a mistake. And then A.J. Minter gave up that home run. But Pierce Johnson, how about that guy? Again, coming in, big strikeout to close out the 8th and bridge the gap to Iglesias. This is a group that I do think is built to do what the Braves need them to do down the stretch and into October, and they're going to get tested, especially in a series like this.
Well, first things first, Braves can eliminate the Mets and the Nats tonight with a victory in Los Angeles and get 2 in a row against the Dodgers. Grant McCulley, our Braves expert, joining us on the WaitFor.com hotline. Matt Olson, there was much ado during the season about the fact that in year 1 with the Braves, he had kind of cocked his bat forward, and then they got him to lay it off here in year 2, and he started belting home run after home run after home run. And lately I've been noticing that bat is kind of creeping back to being more straight up. And so I wonder, is that the case where we just got to get Matt Olson back into that kind of a groove again, or is it, old habit, or what are we going to start seeing? Because we need him to start hitting home runs again. Matt Olson's got to hit bombs.
Yeah, no, it'd be helpful for your cleanup hitter to leave the yard with a little bit more frequency than he has the last couple of weeks. But I haven't really noticed anything that much more different about overall his stance and obviously his approach. Coming into last night's game where he had 3 hard hit balls, a couple of big flyouts for him. It seems like he's just missing maybe on his launch angle a little bit, and maybe that is something to where, if you get the hand started a little bit earlier, get him in that better place to go ahead and get that bat where you need to at the time that you need to. But the week leading up to this, he was batting .357. So it's not like the hits have dried up altogether. I know we saw him go through that just awful cold streak in the second half of 2022, but then he caught fire right at the end of the season, torched the New York Mets in that pivotal series in Atlanta and was one of the Braves' more productive and really only productive hitters in the NLDS a year ago. So I never feel like he's that far away from figuring it out. And I think that, there are going to be more home runs in the future of Matt Olson. But right now, it might be as much as anything a little bit mental for him, because I don't think he's gone 2.5, nearly 3 weeks too many times during his career as a guy who plays every day and with the home run pedigree that he has of not leaving the yard. So hopefully that's something he's able to remedy here in this series against the Dodgers, because this would be a great time for it.
Ozzie got the night off. We were still able to do what we did. He's back in the lineup today, Grant?
Yeah, and good to see Ozzie Albies, just back with this club in general, because of how much he offers this team and how much he means to this team to be a part of what they've got going on. And even out of the game, how about Michael Harris goes back to the second spot, a couple of hits, including a home run, has himself a big night. And Nicky Lopez, a walk with the bases loaded. They got Ronald Acuna Jr. up there for that grand slam, reached on an error, scored a couple of runs. It's just crazy to see that even on a night where you don't have one of your more important hitters in the lineup, somebody's able to step in for Ozzie just for a night, and things are able to work out. I think that just speaks to what this Braves lineup really is. But, yeah, you want Ozzie in there as many times as you can, but I feel like it is kind of important with these guys, and I know they don't want days off, but every once in a while, just give them a little bit of time, especially when you're dealing with something as pesky as a hamstring injury was, just for maintenance, if nothing else.
I'm curious, is Max Fried back? Is he really 100% back right now?
I think so. The biggest thing with Max, and with anybody that has to take 3 months off in the middle of the season, it's just getting back in there, getting those reps, and getting comfortable again with what your job is every 5th day. Max, his last couple of starts against the Giants, a couple of home runs at Truist Park, the 1 home run, and an otherwise very good outing against San Francisco on this road trip with 8 strikeouts and 6 innings. I think he looks like Max Fried to me, but if you heard him talk about it afterwards, you'd think they'd lost the game and he gave up 6 runs. But that's the level to which Max Fried expects himself to go out there and execute pitches. He doesn't feel like he's completely there yet, but the velocity has looked good. I think the curveball has looked good. He relied on it a lot against San Francisco last time out, and he's a guy that, grew up in the area around L.A., so I think it means a lot to him anytime he's able to climb up onto the mound that Sandy Koufax pitched on, and hopefully that'll be something that gives him a little bit more juice for tonight's game as the Braves try to assure nothing less than a split of this series, which is fine for the Braves and does not do the Dodgers any good whatsoever in their race for best record overall.
Great stuff as always, Grant. Enjoy the weekend. When are you on this weekend?
Yep, I'll be on Sunday morning at 10 a.m., so 2 hours of Braves and baseball talk. I'll have Joe Davis, the play-by-play voice of the Dodgers, joining me to talk about this big series. Mookie Betts' crazy month, and I'm sure Ronald Acuna Jr.'s name will come up a couple of times. But it's from the Diamond, 10 to noon on Sunday morning right here on 92.9 Game.
Make sure you tune in. Grant, be safe. Have a great weekend, man.
Thanks, guys. You too.
All right, we'll see what happens in this series, but when we come back, Alabama has named their starter. And Jerome, I'm talking to you. Jerome is a loyal listener who made his way out to Hooters at Buford. Every day we were there, he had his Alabama gear on. Jerome, I'm talking to you. And also, what happened last night to Florida? We'll get into that and much more coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Plenty of college football to look ahead to for the weekend. John Fricky in for Mike Bell. We've had a fun afternoon, and we hope you're going to have a great weekend. John, again, tell the people when you're on tomorrow.
We'll be on 8 a.m. till 11:30, now normally 8 to noon, for college football game time with Abe Gordon and Garrett Chapman. And, of course, it's going to be leading up to the pregame show, Colorado and TCU, live on Sports Radio 92 The Game, Prime's debut game. But it's such a fascinating story. Not only that it's Prime, not only that he's going to Colorado of all kind of places where you wouldn't have thought he might go, but that you take a team and you fire every player on that team, just about, I think, pretty much everybody off that team, 111, let them all go. And so he's got an entirely brand new team. I don't think I've ever heard of that in the history of college football, in history, any sport, really.
Yeah, he brought his luggage, and it's Louis. Colorado at TCU. We talked about this. Colorado's 21.5 point underdog. I think it's 20.5, so 21 points. Either way, I'm with you. I want to see what that looks like. I want to see what Clemson looks like on Monday night. We get Monday night football on the Labor Day weekend. Next Thursday, obviously, the NFL kicks off Detroit at Kansas City, and then the Falcons play on Sunday. But this weekend is going to be great. Real quick, before we get into Alabama and the Dogs and what we expect from Georgia Tech tonight, Florida looked like crap last night.
Yeah, that offensive line, they were offensive, all right. Oof, man. Graham Mertz was a kind of a statue at Wisconsin, and you can't be a statue when you got no blocking. At Wisconsin, he kind of got away with it a little bit because they could at least block. And so when they weren't blocking Utah, that Florida team, Carl, that Florida team looked like a 4-win team last night. 4-win.
I told you, John, I don't think they scored a touchdown on the Dogs. I'm serious. Like, for what I saw last night, and it was boring. Like, wake me up when this game gets interesting. They couldn't do anything, and they were an undisciplined football team, right? You talk about Billy Napier and what he's going to be. All right, that looked pathetic last night.
They win 4 games. Do they fire him after 2 years?
It's possible.
It's possible.
It's possible. Listen, for Dog fans, they're like, ha, 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 I know you don't care. Here's the thing. If you're a Dog fan, you wanted Florida to go on the road and beat Utah to improve their strength of schedule for later in the season.
In case.
Yeah, when you guys beat up on Florida. So if you're a Dog fan, that didn't go the way you necessarily wanted it to go. But I'm just telling you.
Same with LSU and Florida State. You want LSU to win.
Absolutely. But that was pathetic. So I'm just putting it out there. Offensively, blah. It was blah last night. We'll see. I said to John earlier, I think South Carolina is better than Florida. I think Tennessee is better than Florida. I think Kentucky's better than Florida. They're looking up right now at a lot of teams in the SEC. Now, we know they will have probably a week or two, through the course of the season where they might look really good. But that's not the way you wanted to start last night.
No, I mean, and they look like a team in disarray. If you thought they looked bad under Dan Mullen, they look even worse now. And I don't know what the answer – well, I do know what the answer is. The answer is and it's the answer of any team. I mean, people forget, some fans forget, that before Nick Saban showed up, Alabama, after Gene Stallings, Alabama went into a funk. I mean, they were really not good. Every coach named Mike DeBose, Mike Shula.
None of them worked.
Mike Price. Hee-haw, roll tide there, Destiny. It was all a fail.
Yeah, don't put that on your expense account.
And that Nick Saban's first year, he went 6-6, 5-7. He lost at home to Louisiana Monroe.
Yeah, first year.
Lost a bowl game.
Sure did.
Yeah, so, I mean, but how patient are you in this day and age? Not very patient.
Well, we're going to see. Speaking of Alabama, as we talk some college football here, and we will get to our thoughts on the Dogs and, more importantly, Georgia Tech coming up as part of our most important story. But Alabama names their starting quarterback. I said to John, I'm not sure what to think. Now, I know the recruits, and I know where they are as a program. But this is the first time in a long time I'm doubting that position, specifically quarterback, and what they're going to get out of it. I think for Alabama fans, you go back to Jalen and Tua and then Mac Jones, and now you get to a point after Bryce where you go, okay, is Milroe going to be as good as those guys? Jalen Milroe named the starter for the opener. And again, does this mean Nick Saban pulls him and they go another direction? I don't know. But to name Milroe, who's been in a competition with Ty Simpson and Tyler, who was it, Buckner?
Yeah, the kid from Notre Dame that Tommy Reese brought along.
I thought he might win the job.
Well, let me ask you this. You say, is Jalen Milroe, is he Bryce Young? Is he Is he Jalen Hurts? No, let's ask the question, the right question. Is he Greg McElroy? Is he A.J. McCarron?
Is the team that good, though?
I mean, well, that's the thing. I mean, if the team's good, then you can get away with a guy that's, and I don't mean to besmirch anybody. I like Greg McElroy. I liked A.J. McCarron. They weren't exactly Bryce Young. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be that guy. I mean, you could just go out there, hand the ball off. If you got a Najee, if you got that kind of a guy, that could be a pound the rock kind of guy and run the football and beat him up on defense and still be an 11, 12-win team. So, just don't lose the game for you, Jeff Sims did for Nebraska last night. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, I feel sorry for you. Not really, John. But this is why, and what has put Alabama over the top, though. Let's be honest. The reason why they've separated, from Georgia, even before these last two championships, was quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
They had better quarterback play.
They got better at quarterback, correct.
And so when you say, hey, can they play like they did in, 2009, I don't know if that works. I don't know if that's going to work in this day and age where you better score 35 or more and stay up. Last year, the only reason they were in the Tennessee game is Bryce Young. That is it. They're not in that game if he's not scrambling around and making plays with his feet and throwing the football down the field. If you don't have that guy, you're not going to be in these games where teams like Georgia or Tennessee, or for that matter, I think LSU, Arkansas, they're putting up points, John.
Well, and they still lost 2 with Bryce Young.
Right.
So, I mean, the big question to me is Nick Saban and now Kirby Smart's doing the same thing. The coaching tree. I mean, Kirby's got a coaching tree going on. I mean, look at all the head coaches that are out there. I mean, from Sam Pittman to Mel Tucker to Dan Lanning to on and on, right? I mean, so now you look back at the Nick Saban, he's always had the world's best coordinators, and he's always getting touched, whether it was, the Dables or the Sarkisians or the Kiffins, say what you like, but Kiffin was great, and, Bill O'Brien. Now he's going to try and roll the dice with Tommy Rees. This is either a home run where Tommy Rees has got this, and Tommy Rees is going to shoot right to the top, and he's going to be at Alabama for a year, and suddenly he's going to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, or who knows where, Houston Texans, right? Or he's going to end up getting fired and go back to the film room at Notre Dame, and try and convince co-eds that he used to be a quarterback there. So I don't know what's going to happen. This is the biggest gamble that Nick Saban's ever taken with a coordinator position.
All right, let me ask you about this. It's Dukes and Bell. John's in for Mike. Big college football weekend, and we find out this morning that the ACC makes it official. They offer Stanford, Cal, and SMU to join the ACC. So this is the latest wave of conference realignment. The ACC is growing to 18 schools, and it's going to happen in 2024. Okay, July 1st, 2024, Stanford and Cal will arrive in the conference a few days later on August 2nd. SMU is going to join on July 1st. So 2024 is going to look different. We know Texas, Oklahoma's coming for the SEC. We know USC, UCLA, Washington, Oregon going to the Big Ten. And now you have Stanford, Cal, and SMU coming to the ACC. If you're an ACC fan, John, does this excite you?
My mom lives about a mile and a half from the SMU, from Gerald Ford Stadium. Not that Gerald Ford, different Gerald Ford, from the campus at SMU.
Yeah.
And,
it's beautiful down there, by the way.
It is, well, it's a really, really, really ritzy area with billionaires and everything else, right? But but whenever I go over and drive through SMU and drive down Mockingbird there in Dallas, and people who are from Dallas know that, is that I often think, boy, it's so nice to be near the Atlantic.
It's nowhere near.
Where's the ocean? Hey, which way the ocean?
It's nowhere
you stand at it.
near.
Here's the thing: if you stand at SMU and you look at somebody, you say, "Which way's the ocean?" They hold out both hands.
Yeah, Pacific and Atlantic. This doesn't, as a college football fan, okay. And there's two parts to this. One, as a college football fan, this does not get me excited, okay. Because of what John's saying. Regionally, Stanford and Cal traveling now to Clemson and Wake and Florida State. Come on. But I get it. And the other side of this is the ACC and the presidents and the chancellors, they all realize, we said this, guys, it's an arms race, okay? I got to add members. And if I'm losing members, John, I got to make sure that I've got more members so that we maintain our conference, regardless if you think it's a weaker conference or not. So by adding these 18 members now, you say, okay, hey, we're still in the game, and guess what? We may even grow even further, but we're not going anywhere. We're not the Pac-4. That's what the ACC is not going to be.
Pac-2.
Correct now.
Oregon State and Washington State are the last two standing out there. They're going to end up in some hybrid Mountain West conference with San Diego State and UNLV and whatnot. And this will give you an idea of how incredible this really is. In their new television contract, Oregon, right up the road, going to be part of the Big Ten. The Big Ten is going to renegotiate with, and they have a deal with CBS, NBC, and Fox for 3 networks. Each of the teams in the Big Ten is going to make somewhere around, including Oregon, $100 million per year per school. Okay, $100 million per year per school. That's Oregon. Oregon State, as part of their television deal, will make about $4 million. 4.
It's the haves and have-nots.
No kidding.
And, you know, this is what we talk about when you say, well, how are they able to spend and do the things they do as a program? How can they put up all these new buildings and facilities?
Oregon State just built a brand new stadium.
I know.
Just built a brand new stadium.
Well, you're not maintaining it, making $4
And by the way,
million.
they may be really good this year with DJ Uiagalelei.
I agree.
They could be sneaky good. They could be a 9 or 10 win team. They could be suddenly the shock of the last year of the Pac-12.
Well, that's the thing. This is really going to be a fun year to watch the Pac-12 as it dissolves, because you could have 4, maybe 5 teams in the mix, you know, to see at the end of the season what this looks like. Do you have 4 teams in the top 15 or 20 at the end of the season that are Pac-12 teams? I believe you do.
Yeah. Oregon, Washington, Utah, USC.
I believe you do. So,
and Oregon State's good, and Arizona State's not bad, and UCLA is going to be okay, and Cal and Stanford suck. But outside of that, you know, I mean, the worst game of the night tonight, if you want to watch bad football, watch Stanford at Hawaii.
well, why do I want to? Well, you know what? I might be up, so I might watch it. I was going to say, why do I want to watch?
Hawaii.
Why do I want to watch bad football? Is that game in Hawaii?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's see here. I got it here somewhere here.
Yeah.
What's the kickoff of that thing? 11 p.m. So you're about 4th inning of the Braves game, and Stanford and Hawaii on the CBS Sports Network.
Okay.
That'll be some really riveting football
Yeah,
there. Man.
but you know what?
David Shaw, you want to talk about a coach's stock going.
What do you mean? He's out.
I know, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. He was up there. Remember, he's going to be the NFL guy, and, you know, just kind of went.
That's probably why he left.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah, that game's 11 o'clock tonight. I mean, if you're watching that game,
hey,
call the 800 number.
Real quick, I want to give a shout-out to all these schools that are Michigan State and Kansas and a whole bunch of them, and I'm going to forget some, that are now going to play exhibition games because they're not going to the Maui, because you can't play in Maui.
Right.
And all are going to raise money for Maui.
Yes, because the Maui
Very
Classic
cool.
is not going to happen.
It's not going to happen for a number of years.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk Dogs. We'll talk Georgia Tech. Big matchup for them tonight. We'll get into it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
We're going to split time because there are two really important stories. One is our Braves, and we've been talking about it all day. Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in for Mike today. Game 2 tonight against the Dodgers. John and I happen to have TVs on here in the studio for breaking news and whatnot, and you know, they again showed the highlights of Mookie Betts, and John, you pulled almost all your hair out.
Yeah, well, you know, did you know that Mookie Betts played last night and did really, really well? Do you know that the Dodgers were the hottest team in baseball in the month of August? Because if you didn't, that's all you saw on SportsCenter, apparently, because, they didn't mention the fact. The Braves won the game.
They won.
Ronald Acuna got married, hit a grand slam, stole his 62nd base, did something nobody in the history of baseball has done, and Braves won the game. No. It's SportsCenter. Mookie. Dodgers, great Mookie. Oh, my God. I want to win so bad. I want Ronald Acuna to hit a home run, steal a base every game in this series. I want some shut-me-up juice. I don't think – we were talking to Grant.
It's organizational rules.
Yeah. I don't think this is about the number one seed. I think this is personal between these two teams.
I do, too.
I mean, and I think Freddie's expression said it.
It did.
You know, I think it's personal.
That's why it was such a big deal. It was almost like, are they going to run a close-up on his face? Oh, they're going to run a close-up.
So I saw the eye black situation.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I don't care, Freddie. Just bring me championships. All of this nonsense, by the way, and that was Freddie when he first got traded. He took the deal with the Dodgers. Yes, he could have stayed. We know the story. I don't want to even rehash it. But when he was out there in Dodgerland and they asked him about the whole rift between him and Acuna, and he was like, well, there were rules. Who cares? Anyways, I'm with you. I think it's personal. And Fried is on the hill tonight. Max Fried, 5-1, 2.85 ERA. He has been better in his return.
I'm close to saying, that's why I asked Grant the question. It was a setup question. I think Max Fried is our number one starter. I think he's the number one starter on this team right now.
Over Strider?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, his body of work, the way he's pitching. If I was stacking him for the playoffs, I think I'd put him one.
What? Over Strider?
Yep.
Fried, by the way, he was out 3 months with that left forearm strain. He came back August 4th. And in 5 August starts, okay, today's September 1st, believe it or not, he went 3-0 with the 3.5 ERA.
Yeah, but it wasn't just that. It was the kind of command and the presence on the mound. And we'll see tonight. I mean, he is facing it. Again, this is personal between these two teams, but these are the kind of games that Max Fried rose to the occasion on. One of the great untold stories in the last 5 years is Game 6 of the World Series against the Astros, because everybody remembers, Ronnie jumping out of the dugout when Soler hit that ball to the moon. They forget Max Fried shut them down.
Shut him down. And that lineup was stout.
I got to interject here real quick, John, because his last few starts here, 4 innings pitched, 6 hits, 4 earned runs.
Okay.
6 innings pitched, 8 hits, 2 earned runs. 5 2/3, 9 hits, 3 earned runs. Okay. 6 innings pitched, 6 hits, 2 earned runs.
You sound unconcerned about this.
Yeah, I am unconcerned.
You're unconcerned about those numbers?
Yes.
Why?
Because I see command. I see him back. I see Max Fried. Now, we got still a month or so. We got 7 more starts. But, yeah, I can see us going in with him being number one. Yeah, I can. He's healthy. I think he's going to make a lot of money in a new deal with the Braves at the end of this year.
Whoa. I mean, I don't want to get off track here. You think they're going to pay Max Fried?
Yep.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that they are. Now, he could, to your point, over these next 6 or 7 starts.
And the playoffs.
Be great. If we win another World Series, we should win another World Series. Listen, we know how good this team is. And he is the major factor, as he was in 21.
Mm-hmm.
It gives him a lot of leverage. I don't disagree. But if we don't, I think they're looking at this from an injury standpoint, John, and you're saying, okay, he's going to be 30.
I still like him. I still like him.
No, I love him.
Awful lot.
I love him, but I'm just saying, like, I don't want to jump the gun. I know where you're going, and I get it. I totally buy in. Like, we should take care of our guys who have taken care of us. This is the one thing Alex Anthopoulos does. He doesn't care about that stuff. And the thing that has separated him from being the best general manager in baseball to where we are or where other teams are is other teams would say exactly what you're saying, and Alex is like, I don't know if we're going to do that.
All right, but let me present the other side of this coin here, right? We're all clamoring. I mean, everybody, Carl, everybody on that little box in front of you, right? Everybody on that little X thingy, okay, and on this radio station.
You talking about Twitter?
Yeah, that thing. Clamoring for at the trade deadline for another starting pitcher, including me, by the way.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
And Alex Anthopoulos didn't make a move. Why? I mean,
Max Fried?
Chirinos. Right, exactly. Max Fried. That's exactly right. Because he said, I know something you guys don't know. Max is going to come back. He's going to work his way back in. He'll be our number one starter going into the playoffs.
I don't disagree with that. What I'm telling you is they're not going to give him $30 million a year.
I don't know.
He's made 30 starts twice in the last 5 years.
They're not giving him 30. And I say that. I'm guessing that's the number for let's just say a top-of-the-line starter.
Sure.
I don't know what it'll be. All right, Braves tonight, Dodgers. See, you just took me down a path I wasn't even expecting to go there.
All right, well, but let's just hope that Max Fried comes out tonight.
Yes.
And it looks like, because he's a big game. That's the other thing about Max Fried. He's like Ronald Acuna.
He is.
He's a big stage, big game guy. And he likes that big stage, big game thing.
Well, let's hope so. I'm hoping we just smash these guys, and Acuna, to your point, Acuna for life, continues to do what he's doing.
Now, I'm on at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We're not going to be talking a whole lot of baseball because it's college football game time, but I'm back on at noon Sunday. So if you want to call the show and go, yeah, we're so wrong about Max Fried. God, he was so awful the other night. You want to pay him more? Yeah, okay, fine. You can do that, I guess. That's me imitating my dad.
Is that your dad? Is that your dad? Let's talk about the Dogs here, and before we get to Georgia Tech, because I do want to get your thoughts on this. Georgia should not have any issues this weekend, guys. Okay?
Well, I mean,
should not.
Of course not.
Well, you say that, and crazy things, happen. All of a sudden, they're in the first half. You don't know, John.
Yeah, you do.
But here's the thing. Because the game's not even on the board. And I'm talking from a gambling standpoint.
Nobody even knows where Martin, Tennessee is.
I might have passed through there once or twice.
What's their nickname?
I have no idea. The Dogs and Carson Beck. What are you watching for tomorrow? Is there anything you're watching for?
Skyhawks, by the way.
That's what they are?
Yeah, Skyhawks.
Yeah. Well, they'll be sky high after getting beat down.
Right.
What are you watching for?
I'm just watching for, I don't really know what I'm watching for here, frankly, because I don't know that you're going to be able to tell anything in the first, these two exhibition games they're playing against the University of Tennessee, Martin Lawrence, and No Football State. I don't know. I mean, execution.
You are dissing this schedule. This schedule is a lot more difficult than you're giving it credit.
I'm just talking about the first two games.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. UAB win last night? I don't know. They played last night. I don't know. Anyway.
Here's what I'm watching for. I just want to see Carson Beck be efficient. Seriously.
Oh, yeah, but
that's it.
But see, I don't know that you glean anything. Again, you're playing an FCS school.
Well, listen, it's not like, well, maybe he does. But I was going to say, it's not like he's going to go 13 for 13 with a $175 and 6 touchdowns.
When you look, if you hand off and you get 8, 8, 8, and 8, and all of a sudden the linebackers and safety creep up, and your first pass is to, Lad McConkey is 20 yards clear of anybody else. I mean, it's
they
not
score
exactly,
50 tomorrow?
They can if they want to.
You don't know if they will.
Well, I mean, I think that, Carson Beck will play into the third quarter, and here comes, I assume, Brock Vandegrift, and then Gunnar Stockton will get in.
Yeah, because the way you're talking about this is like he's going to go 20 for 20 for 350 and 7 touchdowns.
Something like that.
Come on. Stop it.
You guys want to hear the ESPN headline for this game tonight? How can Georgia Tech grow in the shadow of the mighty Dogs?
That's unfair.
Yeah, well, it's not unfair. It's just incorrect.
Well, yeah, but here's the deal. Focus on Georgia Tech and their opportunity here against Louisville in a big athletic kickoff game.
Right.
Like, they're basically saying, again, this is more about Georgia when Georgia shouldn't have anything to do with the story.
They have nothing to do with the story.
That's all I'm saying. From that standpoint, I think it's unfair.
I like Georgia Tech tonight. I do. I think Georgia Tech is going to be interesting. I'm going to be really interested because, again, outside of Clemson and Florida State, name me a team in the ACC you don't think Georgia Tech can beat.
Clemson and
Florida State.
Well, Florida State and Clemson.
That's it.
Yeah, probably two teams.
Yeah, that's it.
I like them tonight, too. I like it's the spread is 8, Turtle?
Yeah, Louisville by 8. Louisville's a favorite.
All right. I think they cover, and I think they might surprise you guys. I think they will. Good luck, Coach Brent Key. We'll see how his tenure starts. All right, we're going to do last call tonight.
Yeah, here we go. Last call. Based off of my conversation with these two earlier in the show,
players,
about my dating experiences, what is either your best or worst first date story? What is your best
Keep it short, though, because
or worst
mine would take like an hour.
first date story? And keep it clean. But we're going to have some fun with this one.
All right. That's easy,
Does
fellas.
it involve a cannabis club in Las Vegas?
Ladies, you can chime in, too, because we know, ladies, you guys have had bad experiences. It's not just about us, all right? 404-726-0929. Best or worst, right? First date experience. That's tonight's last call.
How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
Best or worst first date? Turtle is back in the game, and he's on the app. He's got a date next week. Is it one app or is it multiple apps that you're on?
Well, it depends on what your preference is. If you're looking for just a good time, there's an app for that. If you're looking to date, there's an app for that. If you're looking for ladies first, there's an app for that.
404-726-0929. All right, let's go around the room and share, and then we're going to grab your phone calls. All right, John?
FarmersOnly.com.
Don't. What's your best or...
From the Cornhusker himself.
Best, first, or worst?
Probably where I would have been.
Which one?
FarmersOnly.com.
Are you going to share your best or worst date? Which one?
Hey, you're asking me?
Yes.
Oh.
You're stuck on farmers.com.
I thought we were taking calls, so I didn't really think about it.
We're going to take all our calls, but I want to hear from you.
I can't tell you my best one. That's just not safe for work. Not by a stretch of any imagination. Right. Worst first date? Worst first date? Yes. Worst first date was I met a girl and we went to Johnny's Hideaway.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds good, right? Yeah.
Of course it does.
Yeah. I'm not so certain she was.
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
I understand.
Whoa.
I get it. Day, do you have a best or worst first date story?
It's more of a most very awkward moment. My wife, who she still married me after this, took her to a Hawks game.
Okay.
They were playing the Celtics. This was in Antoine Walker's days.
Yeah.
And if you remember Antoine Walker, he had some really small ears. If you remember, I don't know if you remember, he had really small ears for his head size. And I was like, man, look at his ears. They're so small. And she's like, yeah. And then she like does the thing where she flips her hair. And I look, and my wife's ears, they were small.
And you were like, what did I just say? Yeah. That's funny. Well, we want to know your best or worst. Charles, you get us started. 404-726-0929. Charles, hey, man.
Okay. Last night, Nebraska played, and this quarterback in Georgia Tech, how did they let him get away like that?
Well, he threw 2 interceptions and cost them the game.
3, and yes, he was awful, but that's okay.
Yeah,
I don't know that.
To say that they let him get away, I'm not sure if that's the right phrase.
It was a.
Hey, how you doing?
You're up, Ashton. Go ahead.
All right, so I've got a worst date story, and this is an actual date that I had a friend go on. So they were going to this bar. He was like 26 at the time, and he was with this girl, and he didn't feel right the whole night. So when the girl finally got interested in him, he leant in to give her a kiss, and it all came out all over her.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible. Or he hurled. That's terrible. Yeah, that's a tough first date.
You know what the Uber driver calls that? Saturday night.
Yeah, you can't get over that though. By the way, I mean it could be like the best date you've ever been on, and then they end the night like, ugh, you don't get over that.
Yeah, your poor turtle over here is not going to be petrified, you know?
What?
No, I'm not going to lie. That happened to me once, too.
Oh, no.
But the girl was so nice, she let me sleep on her floor to sleep it off that night, and I left in shame in the morning.
Oh, yeah. You did the walk of shame. Drew, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Drew, best or worst first date? Hey, man.
Worst is went to a ZZ Top concert, spent a ton of money on tickets and on dinner, and the girl had a migraine, so the whole night was just horrible, and I've never forgot it. And then it gets worse. I married her.
Yeah, man, good stuff. You just never know. Concert. You ever been in a concert where the person you're with is just, I'm not feeling good, or what? And it's like, you're spending the whole night trying to comfort them. And
oh yeah, I've been down that. I had one date who said, "Do you want to hear about my sad life story?" And I went, no, not really.
Yeah,
no.
That's a long night.
No.
John, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man, I'm actually headed down with my kid to the Georgia Tech game, but
awesome.
My best and worst date was with my now wife. Got arrested like 2 days before, so had no money. I was 16 years old, and I took her to QT for hot dogs.
Good
she
for you.
married me 6 years later. So I'm like, that's a keeper.
I told you.
You did say this.
I told you. Racetrack.
He did. John did say this earlier in the show. That's a great story, by the way. Thanks, man, for sharing. Enjoy the game tonight with the kiddos. Hopefully Georgia Tech can get it done. Mark, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Mark, best or worst first date? Hey, man.
Worst date. Mom and I moved to South Florida. My father was a policeman in Ohio. I'm from a small town. He was killed in the line of duty. So my mom and I moved to Florida, Boynton Beach. I'm getting ready to start the police academy. And also, I love the SWAT theme song. Thank you very much for playing that. Get into an argument with a lady on what movie we're going to go see. She lets me out of the car 12 miles from the house. I had to walk home.
Oh, that's brutal.
And hey, and it got better because 2 years after I became a police officer in West Palm Beach, I was able to write her a citation for running a red light.
You got revenge.
You remember me?
Yes. Poetic justice. You're right. That's revenge right there. Great stuff, man. One more. Swede, what's your best or worst first date, Swede?
Hey, man, I'll try to fit it in. I used to walk early every morning, and I'd go to this little country market in Brentwood, California, and have coffee afterwards. There was a girl in front of me, and she's fumbling around, didn't have any money, and I said, I'll buy the coffee for you. And she turns around, it's Goldie Hawn. And we sat down, and we had coffee together, and we talked for about 45 minutes. She was lovely. And she says, if you're not doing anything tomorrow morning, let's do it again. And so that was my second date with her the next day. Anyway, love your show, guys.
I
Thanks.
appreciate it. That's interesting, Sweet. When he said Brentwood, I thought he was going Nicole Brown's.
Goldie Hawn, no?
Wow, you got two with Goldie Hawn,
on.
really? You were pre-Kurt Russell? That's kind of cool.
That is a cool story. How many days did you meet for coffee? Hey, Sam and Coach are in here. They got a big show coming up. It's high school football night. Fellas, what's going on?
What's going on, y'all?
Make sure his mic's on, Day-Day. Let's make sure we can hear Sam here.
Right
yeah.
Try it
You
now.
got me.
Yeah, we got Coach.
I can speak for Sam. He said it's
go.
going
Oh,
great.
there you go. We got you. What's happening, man? What's going on with you guys?
Hey, great stuff. Another week, second week of the show, and some big games happening around the area. Games where recruiters are going to be showing up a lot.
Yeah, Carrollton and Rome, two big games. Yeah, North Cobb, Buford.
Yep, got another one. Westlake is taking on Cedar Grove. That's going to be really big. And we got Coconut Creek up from Florida. They're a really good team. They're up in Gainesville tonight.
Oh,
get somebody checking in with us from up that way.
Okay.
You know, that's the early part of the season, and something that didn't happen years ago. Everybody just played folks in their part of the state, not let alone other parts of the state. But now you're getting these teams from other parts of the country. We got Creekside is all the way out in California getting ready to play Modern Day. That's tomorrow.
Good luck with that.
That's coming up tomorrow.
Hey, Coach, I got a quick question. Is
Yes,
Dylan
sir.
Raiola getting a little culture shock that Georgia high school football is a little bit better in Arizona?
Maybe so, but they're also playing some of the best teams in the country, and what you see is the defensive linemen that they're playing against are probably much better than what they saw in Arizona. And so his time to throw, his ability to stand in the pocket is probably a little different than what he's used to, but his ability is what everybody knew it
I
was,
don't doubt
and
his ability.
he does- but his ability to move the football probably is a little tougher. Yeah, and the teams are playing. They'll play North Cobb tonight, which is a good team in Georgia, but it's not in the top 10 in the nation like they've been playing. So be interested to see how they play against North Cobb tonight.
And a lot of people have been talking about the fact that they're not putting a lot of points on the board. They figure this guy will be lighting some scoreboards up, and that hasn't happened yet. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Full 4, right? I'm saying these guys will be on. Sam, Coach will be on, keeping you updated with all the latest on the high school scene, guys. So make sure you stay here. And, they'll be talking about all the big stories and getting updates from around. I said 4. Yeah, it's 5. I'm sorry, Sam. I don't want to shortchange you.
We're going to follow up on something we started last week about high school NIL, something that the Board of High School Association is going to look into. Everybody I mentioned this to, I can hear their collective chins hit the floor when I say that, but it's on the way.
Okay.
Well, 14-year-olds play professional tennis, right?
No,
make a lot of money.
Come on.
Come on. 12-year-olds are in movies, make a lot of money.
I want to hear what you guys have to say. No, you can't do this, John.
Yeah, you can.
No, this is too much.
Mm-mm.
Too much.
Yeah, if you go on YouTube and get 1 billion hits at 15 years old and make $1 gazillion.
And that's the problem. Because you can do that, you think you deserve $1 million, and you don't.
I don't have a problem with it.
All right. Can't wait to hear what these guys have to say. Stay right there. It's on the way. Day-Day, let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
I mean, the 15-year-old freshman is driving a Bentley now to high school? Is that where we're going?
You've never been to the campus around SMU and those high schools, have you?
Well,
yes.
Yes.
That's what the parking lot looks
Yeah,
like.
but that's not NIL. That's mommy and daddy.
No, that's what we call NIL. What you used to call NIL. Big difference, right?
Big thanks to all of our guests today. Kevin McGuire stopped by. All these interviews online, guys. You can check them out. Also, we had a chance to catch up with Randy Muller. He is a former Executive of the Year in the NFL. Good stuff from him around the NFL. And we talked to Grant McCauley as well. Hey, it's a big weekend. Be safe. We want to talk to you guys on Tuesday when we're back. John is back tomorrow. Tell him again.
8 a.m. to 11:30, college football game time. Debut show of that, 8 a.m. to 11:30. All your college football leading up to Colorado TCU on Sports Radio 92. The game also here Sunday noon to 3, Monday 10 to 2. So if you're out and about, remember, sports talk is going to be happening. We got a lot to talk about. Braves, Dodgers, college football, and, of course, start of the NFL season coming up next week.
All right, go Jackets, go Dogs, go Braves. We're back at you on Tuesday, 2 o'clock. Make sure you are here. It is go time, guys. Next week, Falcons are getting ready for Carolina. Hey, Day-Day, great job. Big Bo's on his way to Orlando to see the LSU Tigers. He was here with us earlier. Of course, Turtle, great job as well. And Turtle is on tomorrow, I think, after you. Is that right?
Yep, 4 to 8.
All right, is he going to hit me with more Max Fried stats there?
I'm just telling you what's going on, John.
Turtle,
Don't take it personally.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm saying you're 0 for 1 in dating. I still believe in you.
You're going to sign a guy to a big contract who's made 30 starts.
I'm still signing you. I'm not
the
just
past 5
seasons.
Can I get the weekend started?
All right.
All right. Let's go around the room and clear our throats. Let's start with Turtle first. Turtle, clear your throat.
All right. I just want to tell everybody out there to enjoy the long weekend. It's something I struggle with mightily, not being in the moment. As a producer, I'm always thinking about what's next. How about this guest? How about this segment? My goal for myself this weekend is to go out there, enjoy the pool time, enjoy some ice-cold beers, and come back refreshed and ready to go on
Crenshaw's
Tuesday.
advice. Go to Hateville, the Butter-Sweet Bakery, and do that tavern thing.
Thank you.
All right, John, great job filling in for Mike today. Clear your throat, man.
Well, I'm getting ready. I think this is going to be a wild college football season. I really do. I think this is going to be hang on to your hats because you don't know what's going to happen next. And I think it starts this weekend. What we saw from Florida was just the beginning of what could be. Okay. All right. This is going to be so much fun this year.
ACC is just trying to survive. Adding 3 members that maybe you don't care about in Stanford and Cal and SMU, that's not the point. It's an arms race, and they saw what the SEC did, and they've seen what the Big Ten is doing. They don't want to be irrelevant. If somebody decides to leave the ACC, they feel a lot better about where they stand moving to 2024 with these new members than they did just a few weeks ago. It's how many you have. It doesn't matter about how much money they're going to bring. Hey, have a great weekend. If you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
well, I hope you burn your butt on your grill.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.